All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the Moore County Schools Board of Education Work Session Meeting on January 6, 2026. We're called to order at 1:03 p.m. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Mr. Benway. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Davis. All those in favor of approving the agenda say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you very much. We're now at our Pledge of Allegiance, and Mr. Johnson, if you'll lead us in the pledge. Thank you. And Ms. Davis, if you'll lead us in a moment of silence.
If everyone will join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we're at item number 2, board action. We're happy to have Dr. Kevin Kastner here with us today with BPW. And we got our board attorney, Richard Schwartz, as well. At this time, we are going to hear a presentation from Dr. Kastner. It's approval of consulting agreement for our superintendent search with BPW Associates. And thank you for being here today.
First
Mr.
off, I'm
Kastner.
very pleased to be with you. I'm joined here on Zoom with Percy Mack, who will do the first part of the PowerPoint that we have. Rich, how you want to do the consulting agreement?
I would suggest that ought to be the first order of business, to approve the consulting agreement, and then the confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement.
All right.
Would that work with your presentation?
I think we should go ahead and do that. Because of the direction we were given, you were going to work with the board chair and present two documents that really are a summary of a choice the board can choose to make in regard to either one, the agreement or even the confidentiality agreement, if
Okay.
you wish to take care of that now.
Okay.
All right. Okay, sure.
So we haven't signed the agreement yet, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yep.
I have something I'd like to discuss.
Okay.
And we could do it now, or we could do it in a minute, but, I think we made a mistake. And, an important part about making a mistake is realizing that you made a mistake and maybe even admitting that you make a mistake and undoing it before it's too late. And, if I think I have this correct, we have a contract in place for Ms. Purvis to take over serving as the interim superintendent. And I also know, because I pushed hard for this at the last meeting, I'm like, no, we got to get this done. We got to get this done because we don't have much time because we have to have a replacement in time before Dr. Locklear leaves. And, there's nothing like getting away for a bit over the holidays to clear your mind. But, here's where I think we made a mistake. I think that, no offense, I know you've traveled a long ways, but I think we need to give Ms. Purvis a chance to be the interim superintendent. So I'm not sure why we're in the rush to hire a superintendent to be in place, right, when Dr. Locklear enters the grand, glorious, enviable retirement, be it as it may. I think we ought to maybe delay this and give Ms. Purvis a chance. We have perfect continuity in place. It would be nice to see how Ms. Purvis performs. I would also point out a couple practical matters, depending on how long we want to give Ms. Purvis an opportunity to perform. We have school board elections, we have a primary coming up, and we have an election, and without a clear ideological direction that the school board's going to go, I think maybe we're also limiting ourselves to superintendents who will apply. I mean, I don't know that's a fact, but I would suggest that we hold off on awarding this contract and we give, Ms. Purvis, I don't know, some period of time, a semester, maybe a year. I mean, Dr. Locklear was an interim superintendent for, I think, a year or so, maybe. So I would ask my fellow board members to consider that. And it's, I just thought of that over the holidays. Any thoughts, comments?
I have one, and I'd like to get Dr. Kastner to comment perhaps, but the tentative schedule that we have, I think, is designed to align with the professional schedules, calendars, responsibilities of our prospective candidates. So that they would be, most of them are going to be associated with school districts and approaching the end of their school year and wanting to make a decision before they have to sign a new contract. Is that more or less the logic behind the schedule that we have?
There's a couple things you might want to consider. First, the fact that you have an interim superintendent that you all feel very worthy of being in that role, she very well could be a viable candidate. In essence, when she does her work, she will be performing in a way that she can be considered with other candidates. As a board, though, one of your responsibilities is trying to find the best possible person that you can find to get into the transition for your next superintendent. That very well could be an internal person, but also to have the opportunity to have candidates that meet your leadership profile. Going through that process, you as a board are going to learn a lot of things that you might want to consider building upon what you already have as you're going to be establishing the new direction, whoever the leader is going to be. The other thing also, during the window that you have here, which is probably the most ideal window when people are looking to make transitions, a lot of the whole community engagement process, as we're going to describe it, creates a lot of goodwill for whether it's the internal candidate you have or anyone else. So it's a process. So that would just be my comment.
Any other thoughts? In response?
I think part of this was discussed previously with the board, and Ms. Purvis has the opportunity to apply for the full-time job as an interim. I don't know that, I don't know that she's made up her mind about that, but other people internally would also have the opportunity to apply. And then, you're looking for the best in the known universe to become your new superintendent. And if it turns out that that person is sitting in a chair here in this office or nearby, then so much the better. But you've looked at everybody you could look at who's interested in becoming superintendent here. It's, if there's going to be, if you have any thoughts in mind about, initially when we talked about whether or not to do a search, and if you have a favored candidate internally, that's an option the board could consider. The board decided to do a search, knowing that you had some internal candidates who might be strong. So I think you talked that out earlier. And we got to this point where, we went through considering different search consultants. You selected BWP, and if you want to reconsider that decision, that's a board decision to whether to do that. Kind of late in the game to make that decision.
So let me, if I could respond. So a couple things. Until you sign the contract, it's not late in the game, because all we have is our sunk time in 3 meetings, and we have some attorney fees. By the way, we need to look into that. If you're going to change your mind, the time to do it, it's not late in the game because we haven't signed the contract yet. The other thing I would say is Mr. Schwartz says we kind of talked that out. No, we didn't, because what we never considered or we never voiced, because I was in all the meetings, no one ever said, hey, why don't we intentionally delay the search and let's see, let's give our interim superintendent a try. And let me ask Mr. Schwartz this. There's no legal requirement that we do a search, right? I mean, we could just turn to Mr. Batchelor and say, Charlie, welcome to be the new superintendent, right? I mean, that's legally, we could do that.
Right, and that was one of the things that I explained to the board when we did the superintendent workship, the search
Sure,
workshop.
right,
I
right.
made
Yeah, that's
that
what I
very-
thought. I thought
made
I
that
heard
very,
that.
very clear.
Right, yeah. So that's why I thought I heard that before. So my point is, and to Ms. Dahl, I keep forgetting your name, Ms. Dahl's point of, gosh, this is the perfect time in the cycle. Well, great, we can give Ms. Purvis a try for a year. And you know what? She might be the perfect fit, and we could save the taxpayers $40,000 or however much this is going to cost. I see no downside to delaying this, and it doesn't mean we wouldn't eventually select this firm or whoever, but I think we should give Ms. Purvis a try.
Okay.
Okay, can we address where we are with respect to Robert's rules? Because we voted to conduct a search and to engage BWP on our behalf to do that. And my understanding is that once the board has voted to do something, it is not open to discussion unless we have a motion to
No,
reconsider.
we haven't voted on the
This
contract.
is a question for our attorney.
It's not a Robert's rules. The only question with Robert's rule is we're debating stuff out of turn. There's no question on we have not voted to approve the contract. Until you vote to approve a contract, this board's taken no action. This board voted to select, to do a search, it's kind of crazy actually. We voted to do a search to find the company that's going to do the search. Then we voted for Mr. Schwartz's law firm to go into negotiations with them to present a contract for consideration today. But we haven't voted to approve this contract. There's no Robert's Rules question here. But I'll let Mr. Schwartz tell you that. My response was free, by the way, but Mr. Schwartz.
The board did vote to approve BWP as its search. The board did vote to approve BWP as its search consultant, and directed me to prepare a contract with them, which we've done. So, this would, approval of the contract is up for, is on the board agenda. If the board wants, I would suggest to the board that if you want to discuss anything dealing with personnel, specifically Ms. Purvis or anybody else, you should go into closed session to do that. So that's what
So
I've got.
at this time, I would like us to return to.
Robin, I have a question.
Oh, yes, ma'am, a question.
Could I interrupt and
Yeah,
ask a question?
certainly.
Thank you. I have a question. Do you only interview superintendents, or do you interview CEOs of businesses, retired? Do you interview generals of the Army, Navy, Marine Corps? Do you do that, or are you specifically in education?
All of the above if they apply.
All of the
So
above?
anyone that chooses to apply, we will vet compared to the leadership profile, and it's open for anyone.
Okay.
And we are looking for them to get North Carolina licensure.
They have to be licensed as a superintendent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Wade County just hire a retired general?
No, they did that back in about 2013 or 2012, somewhere around there.
They did?
Yeah.
And did he have a license?
He had to get approved by the state board at the time.
Okay, and how do you go about getting approved by the
There's
state
a
board?
process by which they can get approved if they've got significant managerial and leadership experience. So non-traditional candidates can be considered,
They can?
yes.
Okay.
So, are you good?
No, I just think that I think sometimes that we need to think out of the box, and I think the way education has. Thank you, David. I just think that the way education is going, the public education is going, which the scores nowhere are very good. To think out of the box and bring leadership in that's different, that's not somebody that has come through the ranks of education, I just think that would be interesting.
So at this time, we've had Mr. Hensley to bring a thought to the table about postponing approving the contract, but at this time, I would like us to review the contract, and then if the board decides that we, by vote, if we don't approve the contract, the agreement, then that will be, sufficient to answer your question. So at this time, Mr. Schwartz, if you would please everybody's had a chance to review the contract, but let's just pull it up and just look at the highlights, and if you can kind of walk us through that.
This is a fairly simple, straightforward contract. The first provision indicates who will be conducting the search on behalf of BWP, and that it will be consistent with the proposal that was submitted to the board unless otherwise modified in this agreement. The second provision is that the consultants will secure information about the district from interviews with board members and others, and share their findings about the perceived strengths of the district and people's perceptions of issues and the qualifications and qualities that are valued in a new superintendent. And then the third is that the consultants will draft an advertising fact sheet describing the vacancy in the district to be approved by the board prior to publication. The consultants will advertise as directed by the board and in various different publications, and the board will request that this vacancy be posted on the School Boards Association website. And the School Boards Association will do that, even though they're not doing the search. The consultants will publish the fact sheet and the vacancy on their website and on a link to the district website as well. The consultants will work with the board to establish a timeline, and that's one of the things to be considered today. And actively recruit candidates to apply for the position and solicit nominations from knowledgeable people in the education profession. They'll gather data on the people who apply and narrow it down and provide, within 10 days of the closing of applications, a list of candidates to the board for consideration. They'll check references, and they'll do background checks of finalists as well. All documents that are received by the consultants remain the property of BWP and Associates, and the consultants will turn over to the board copies of all documents dealing with the candidates recommended by BWP at the time they make the recommendations. The consultants will inform the board on items related to search protocols, including interview formats, and questions to be provided. The consultants will make salary and compensation recommendations as well if requested. The fee will be $22,200. That was the fee we negotiated prior to the board making its determination to go with BWP. That is plus $22,200 is the fee, plus expenses as well. The expenses for bringing candidates in for interviews are not included in that fee. Those are separate, and they'll be paid by the board. The fee will be paid in three equal installments, first on signing of this agreement, the second on presentation of a slate of finalists, and then finally upon appointment of a new superintendent, with final expenses to be billed within 60 days of completion of the search. The consultants will comply with all federal, state, and any local requirements, as well as the board's policies and procedures. The appointment of a new superintendent is solely the board's decision. There's a guarantee if the board is dissatisfied with the new superintendent within 24 months of the date of employment, and if either party dissolves the relationship by resignation or termination within that 2-year period, then BWP will do a new search at no additional fee, with only expenses being billed. And then there's a non-disclosure provision in here. Consultants will protect, preserve, and not disclose to others without board permission any confidential information. And there's a non-solicitation provision in here for 4 years. That is, the board will, that the consultants will not recruit or solicit for any other position the person selected within 4 years of the initial date of employment. And the final provision is that they'll, as soon as we approve this, they'll begin their services.
Okay. Okay, could we make a motion and then get that in discussion?
No, I have to have a question first.
Okay, go ahead.
Richard, you just read that they get the applications, they vet them, they go through them, and then they make their recommendations to us?
Correct. And that was the proposal that they had, but you have access to all of the applicants, all of the information.
I'm not sure if I like somebody else making the recommendations to us.
Well,
The-
I had a similar question, and it's on item 7. So at the end of item 7, it says, at the request of the chairperson or the board, applications of all candidates will be supplied. And so that, to me, is a request I think we should make, is we see all the applications, but we
Absolutely.
Yeah.
also see the recommendations that they make too.
Yep.
So that
That's
makes
included.
I don't
So
think
we
anybody,
can
I just don't
see.
think anybody else should make our decision.
No, we will make our decision.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we make the decision.
But decision from everybody that applied, not
You
narrowed
can-
down
you
by
will see
them.
all the candidates. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So at this time, do we have a motion?
So
Oh.
let me just
Okay.
make clear.
Yes, sir.
At the end of paragraph 7, the section that Steve referenced, it makes clear that at the request of the chairperson or the board, applications of all candidates will be supplied by BWP.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll have access to anything you want.
Only if the chairperson requests it
Or
or
the- or
the
the
majority of the
board.
board. So why
Yes.
don't we just make that a certainty right now?
Let's make it a certainty right now.
Okay?
And I have a question too related to this. What's the anticipated? So it's $22,500 plus expected expense.
22,200.
Oh, okay, 22,200 plus expected expenses. So there's travel to conduct these town hall meetings. What, in your experience, what's the anticipated expected expenses?
The only additional expenses would, one, include your advertisement, which we've talked about, and
Right.
you have to make a decision 30 or 60-day window. The other would be travel when we come into the district. The work in the district itself is minimal because there won't be any additional fees unless you choose to have refreshments or something. Since I'm coming from Virginia, Frank's from Virginia, and Percy is from South Carolina, the travel will be somewhat minimal in that regard.
$10,000,
Probably under
$5,000?
10, it'd be under 10,000.
Under 10, okay, thank you.
All right. So do we have a motion to approve the consulting agreement for superintendent search between BWP and Associates and the Moore County Board of Education? Do we have a motion?
Are you going to include that amendment on it?
Do we have to put it in
Let
writing?
me suggest this.
Okay,
Robin is the chair, Dr. Cockett is the chair, you can make the request that applications of all candidates be supplied by BWP. So if you just go ahead and make that request,
First, let me make a comment. We definitely believe that the board should be entitled to see individual applications. However, you're asking us to make some decisions, and half the candidates aren't going to be very qualified. What I definitely would agree, we will share with you the candidate pool. We will share with you the application, the ones that we are reviewing that we're recommending for you. If the board then, when we review the candidates, asks for any other applications, we will comply and make sure that they're available to you.
No.
Because if you have 50 applications, you're dealing with some insurmountable paperwork on people that, let's say, just for an example, that someone's a principal. They aren't going necessarily to reach your leadership profile, and so it's just something that would not be necessary. But in the end, the board should have control that we can provide those applications to you as
I
requested.
really have to disagree with that. You live in Virginia. We live here in Moore County. This is our school. This is our community. And I do not believe that we should give you or anybody else the right to vet, to narrow down who we're going to choose.
Only get a clarification on that. It seems to me what they're doing is making a recommendation.
I understand that.
They're not making a selection,
No.
but making a recommendation. In parallel, we have the opportunity to look at the rest of the crowd. So I don't see where there's a problem there, frankly.
But that's not what he said.
That's not what he said, Ken. What he said was that there'll be a lot of applications. What he said was there, and it was kind of bizarre that he said that after there was consensus of the board that we want to see them all. I'm actually kind of troubled by that. But setting that aside for a minute, what he added was that out of the universe of, say, 50 applicants, that would be insurmountable for us to review 50 I don't see it insurmountable for me, but anyway, and that they would just kind of pre-screen the ones that were obviously unqualified and just present us the ones that they felt were qualified. So what he just said was they were going to do limited pre-screening for what they felt was unqualified. But I found it interesting that he said that right after we had consensus of the board that we wanted to see it all. That just kind of indicates that
I feel like he was just clarifying the details, and he is, they shared with us that they're going to develop the leadership profile based on what our people, list as the top qualities. So it's not that they're making up that list of top qualities, it's our people and us. And that they are doing the hard work, because there could be 300 plus applicants, who knows? And they're doing the hard work of kind of narrowing that down, but we will be able to see every single person that submitted an application.
But Robin, even if it's 300 people, this is our school.
Absolutely, and they're gonna come from everywhere.
They
They're gonna
don't
come from
have
everywhere.
any right to narrow anything down.
But I don't think you're understanding.
I understand
What I'm
fully.
saying.
I
You'll still be able to
understand
see
fully.
all of them. You'll still be able to see all of them.
That's
We
not
don't
what
have
he
to-
said.
But we don't have to go
He
with
said
what
he's
they-
going to narrow it down.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want it narrowed down.
Okay. I
If
understand.
somebody applies for the job, we need to see it.
I understand what you're saying.
May I ask a question?
Okay, yes, sir.
In the culling process, can we get them to annotate a general reason for not having selected? That at least gives us a chance to home in on that aspect and validate it or not.
That would be helpful.
That seems to me the best path forward, is out of all the applications, this is really the work that they do. as
Right,
part
that's
of-
why we're hiring them.
That's why we're hiring them to do that work, is to look at the candidates, make annotations, figure out a recommended set of candidates, that they present the entire slate of recommended candidates, plus the other candidates that may have applied will still have access to see all of them in case we, as a board, see someone on that list that's not a part of the recommendations. I am fully positive that we can add them to our interview pool. We're in charge of the process. So if we see someone we want to add in, we can add them right in based on whatever we want to see from the pool. But we definitely need help. That's the whole reason why we're hiring them, is to help us manage the process of all these applications and then narrowing them down to a workable field of people we want to interview. So that, to
Can I
me,
build upon what you
makes
said?
sense.
And Mrs. Bruno, let's just say hypothetically, we have 40 applications, okay? We usually use a rubric in our thinking to show which ones are the least qualified, which ones somewhat, and which ones are the best qualified. And you have the advantage of looking at our thinking and also seeing what are their most recent 3 jobs. At that point, if there's someone that you want to see that's not on our list, we can provide all that information. That's not a problem. So I'm just saying, that's what you're paying us for, to try to do the vetting, but also to very openly let you hear our thinking on this. In the end, the board's in charge. You have that final
But-
decision.
But I don't believe we're paying you to search, not to vet.
The proposal clearly included a lot of vetting. But they can narrow down the field. You'll have access to the entire list of everybody who applied. And if you want to see anything else, anything that's been submitted, you can have access to it.
And I'll be glad to ask for that access.
Let me just give you an example. I've been involved in a lot of different superintendent searches, and you're gonna have some people apply who, you might have a teacher assistant apply, who's, who doesn't have a degree. And, that's a person.
You're not gonna
that-
have a teacher assistant.
I've seen it happen where you had teacher assistants apply for superintendent. And you're gonna have, other people who are, their highest level of experience is gonna be assistant principal. You may end up having that. If you wanna see those full applications, you can see those full applications. But, part of what you're paying BWP to do is vet your applicants and put them in, groupings according to their rubric as to who's highly qualified, who's qualified, who's minimally qualified.
Okay, what
who's
does
not
this
qualified.
rubric say?
I'll let Kevin speak to that.
We'll share that to you when we present the candidates. We will show you the rubric.
Why can't we see it now?
I wasn't prepared to bring it here today. We usually do this in a later part of the process.
But it's based on the community outreach, it's based on stakeholder input.
The
What our
the
board-
rubric just goes through and shows different degrees of how the applicants might be qualified. One of the things that we think is often very helpful is someone is on the superintendent cabinet. That would be one thing. Another might be their track record. It could be, we have a candidate that was dismissed as a superintendent, and all of a sudden that might disqualify him. We have a candidate that maybe we have a Google search and there's some negative stuff out there. We can share all that, but in doing that, that's how we might separate them into different categories. In our experience, let's say if you have 40 applicants, you probably are going to have 10 to 15 that we're going to spend a lot more time and actually do personal interviews on. Because we get to the point that if we're going to give a 2-year guarantee, we want to make sure these people are going to be effective. However, in the end, it's going to be the board's decision if for some reason they think there's someone else beyond who we might have recommended. At that point, though, we won't necessarily stand behind our 2-year guarantee unless, more information becomes available.
Okay?
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
comment. So if I understand correctly, anyone you recommend will have met our criteria first.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Where does our criteria come
We
from?
develop it. We develop the
That's part of the
profile.
work we do.
We develop the profile of the person we think would best suit our needs. And
Which has to be approved by the board.
so,
And that's in this contract, and it's consistent with the proposal that was presented.
and with the remainder of the folks, we have some highlights that will indicate why they were not selected.
We'll give our rationale.
Okay, great. I'm happy.
All right, hearing no other questions, do we have a motion to approve the consulting agreement for superintendent search between BWP and Associates and the Moore County Board of Education? Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Benway. Do we have a second? Second by Dr. Dahl. Is there any other discussion?
The discussion and debate, I'll just reiterate my points, but I'll start off by saying just this discussion that we've had over the last 15 minutes illustrates why we should put this off until maybe after the election. But here are my points. One is we have a contract in place for a great, well-respected interim person to be the interim superintendent. The the state of the school board and the partisan divide, I believe, is going to limit people applying. So that's why I suggest it be put off until there's a clear ideological direction in December. And, you know, maybe we could save some bucks on the way because we might try out Ms. Purvis, who we have a contract in place to serve as an interim. Maybe we may just like her and see no need to spend the taxpayers' money to do a search that ultimately may be futile. So for that reason, I'm voting against this. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I have to agree with David on this because I don't see what the hurry is. Look what happened to Carthage because everybody was in a hurry. I'm going to have to vote no on this too. And just because I just can't put this in somebody else's hands. It just doesn't go over with me. It just doesn't.
Okay, anyone else?
Well, I'll just say that I'm in support of this process, and I think Ms. Purvis is outstanding, and if she would like to apply, I hope she does. And to me, the timeline that we developed looks like there will be some overlap with her as interim superintendent before we hire. Part of the hiring process is when she'll be serving as interim, and so she'll have some chance to do that. I believe that the timing is right. We're going to need to have someone in place by the start of the school year next year and have that foundation built. I also do not believe this needs to be ideologically driven at all. I don't think this needs to be a political ideology that drives this process, any part of it. And so I believe we should move forward and find our new superintendent and get the school year started.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, wait just a minute. Anybody else? Okay. All right, I want to also reiterate the fact that this is a typical and time-tested process of finding a superintendent, and it's important, very important to follow this timeline because you risk, hate to say it like this, but getting the bottom of the barrel. You want to make sure that the timing is in the typical framework of the school year calendar. This is the perfect time with superintendents beginning to search and think about making moves, and we want to find the best and the brightest and the highly qualified. We want to reach out and make sure that Moore County Schools has the best superintendent in place. We've done this decision. We found a great firm. I fully believe that this is the best time to find it, and I agree, it should not be based on any kind of ideology. Dr. Locklear was appointed interim in February. He served, and that was in 2022. He served in March and April, and then he was appointed and began work on July 1st, 2022. So this process works, and we want to make sure we're together on it. I feel like we need to move forward today, and I will vote yes. So now, do we have a second round, or anybody else? First round. All right, second round.
Yeah, so my first comment is I never said that the decision would be ideologically driven. I just want to make that clear in case somebody walks away thinking that's what I said. What I said, or what I meant to say, was that if I'm a potential superintendent and I'm looking out at applying, I would look at whether I personally align ideologically with the way the school board's going, because that's who you're going to have to work for. So it had nothing to do with us making an ideological decision. It had to do with limiting the pool of applicants. And in fact, we heard the attorney say that in the training. You know, keep down this squabbling and stuff, or we'll limit our candidates. I mean, our own attorney somebody gave us that advice. The second thing I would say is my recollection must be wrong. According to Ms. Calcutt, you were interim for 3 months? I thought it was longer than that. I very well could be wrong. I'm not saying
That's correct. Yes.
3 months.
I started February 1 and went through the interview process
Yeah.
and was selected. Appointed, I think it might have been May 26th, somewhere around there,
Wow. Yeah.
in 2022, and then began as permanent July 1.
Yeah. Wow, I thought it was a lot longer.
It might
I
have
thought it was
felt
a-
like 3 years.
No,
but
no,
it was,
I
it
wasn't.
was-
No, I was trying to do a disclaimer. That's not
Yeah.
what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
My recollection was it was longer.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, second, anybody else want to make any other comments? All right, hearing none, we need to vote on this motion to approve the consulting agreement for superintendent search between BWP and Associates and the Moore County Board of Education. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-2. All right, now we're at the disclosure agreement, and Mr. Schwartz, if you'll review that, please, sir.
Okay, so what we have here is an agreement that is with three parties: the Board of Education as an entity, the individually named members of the Board of Education, and BWP Associates. And in essence, it makes clear that board members are going to have access to confidential information, including sensitive personnel records and other information related to the search as disclosed by the consultant. Excuse me. And the board members will not discuss, release, or distribute any of that information outside the confines of board meetings in closed session, and that all data collected, received, and maintained is subject to federal and state laws, including the North Carolina Privacy of Employee Personnel Record laws. Confidential information includes any and all information related to the candidates, dealing with their names, resumes, application materials, references, interview notes, assessments, and any discussions about the candidates and deliberations in closed session. The search process criteria and methodology, except as previously disclosed or otherwise required to be disclosed by law. Anything that's marked confidential and would reasonably be considered to be confidential and is allowed to be kept confidential under North Carolina law. And any information disclosed orally that is identified as confidential or should be understood to be confidential given the nature of the information and the circumstances of disclosure. The use of the information will be restricted to this, the search process. Copies will be made only as necessary for the purpose of board review and remain the property of the Board of Education. Confidential information in a physical form will be returned to the board attorney, the consultant, or the assistant superintendent for HR. Board members will not disclose or divulge any confidential information, and will take reasonable precautions to safeguard it. There will be no public statements made, nor any social media posts or communications regarding the search, candidate, or board deliberations, unless authorized by the board or consistent with board policy, the board chairperson as designee as the official school spokesperson. Sorry. Confidential information does not include information that is otherwise available through no breach of this agreement by the board or the board members, or that was rightfully in a board member's possession prior to disclosure to the board by the board or consultant, or that must be disclosed according to law. Upon conclusion of the search or resignation from the board or request by the board, a board member shall return all documents and confirm that they've complied with these requirements. Board members acknowledge that any breach of this agreement may cause irreparable harm to the board and to candidates, and the board may be able to seek conjunctive relief for any violation. And the rest of this is kind of boilerplate saying governing laws North Carolina. This is the entire agreement, and that the obligations under this agreement continue during the board member's service and survive the board member's service on the board and remain in effect indefinitely, or until such time as otherwise confidential information becomes public through no fault or action by the board member. So this would be something that the board would have to approve, and each board member would sign on to individually, and the consultants would sign on.
Okay.
So this protects, the intent here is to be able to give assurances to any potential candidate that we've got this in place, and that board members understand their obligations and will respect those obligations for confidentiality, to encourage people to apply and feel confident about that.
Which is really important, so that we get our best and brightest. And so at this time, I'd like to request a motion. Do we have a motion for BWP and Associates, Moore County Board of Education Superintendent Search confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement. Do we have approval of this document? Motion by Ms. Davis. Do we have a second? Second by Dr. Dahl. Are there any discussion
Yeah,
points?
I have a couple of questions. I sign NDAs all the time in the course of my business, but I've never been forced to sign an NDA. So look, a couple of questions. First of all, Mr. Schwartz, this is their NDA proposed to us, right? This is their standard NDA, or did you write this? What's the dynamics here?
They submitted to me a proposed NDA, and I knocked it up and revised it, and added some stuff that was specific to North Carolina as well.
Okay. Just characterization, would you say you ratcheted it up a bit, or you ratcheted it down a bit? You ratcheted it up
He
quite a
did.
bit. Okay, all right,
I
fair
think-
enough.
I think it was, I don't know if I'd say ratcheted up, I think it made things more clear in terms of defining what's considered confidential information, and also made clear that, you know, if we're compelled by law to disclose things, it's in there, and the North Carolina employee privacy stuff was added.
Yeah, and again, I sign NDAs all the time, and I've honored them all, but so, under what authority are you going to compel me or any other board member to sign this document? What if I just refuse to sign it, or any other board member refuses to sign it? The board could vote for this, and I'm bound by it, but what authority are you going to require me to put my signature on it, or any other board member?
There's no authority to compel you to sign it as an individual. If you don't sign it as an individual, the board could conceivably limit access to some information. I mean, that's an option for the board. But, you know, the thought here is that every individual board member recognizes their obligation to maintain the confidentiality, and is giving assurances that you'll respect that to any candidate.
Has there been something in the past that's led you to believe otherwise? I don't know of any confidentiality that's been briefed by this, that's been breached by this board.
It's not a matter of whether I'm aware of anything that's been done otherwise. This is an assurance to give to candidates, so that when BWP is out recruiting people, they can, and if anybody has any questions,
I understand the
they can give that
I
assurance.
understand the importance of it, but I'm not going to let someone compel me to sign a document.
I tried to just make clear, nobody can compel you to sign the document. The thought is that hopefully every board member would sign this document in order to be able to give those assurances to people. And, you know, I'm a little concerned that if somebody chooses not to sign the document, that might have a negative impact on candidates potentially applying if they're concerned about their name being kept confidential.
I'm glad you brought that point up, because the fact of the matter is if the board put this confidentiality agreement into place, we would all be bound by it. We would all honor that. I just don't want to be compelled to sign something that there's no basis in law to compel me to sign it. I don't know why we took this extra step.
Well, people enter into voluntary agreements all the time without being compelled by law to do so. And this is consistent with your obligations under the Code of Ethics as well.
Correct. That's why I'm saying we don't have to be compelled to sign it. I understand that we're bound by that. We would be bound by this even if this wasn't in place. And I understand the board passing it. I just don't understand the need. Quite frankly, it's insulting to have each individual board member sign it. That's really my point. And yes, I'm being indignant towards the whole concept.
All right, any other discussion?
Well, my question is, what is the path forward? So is this something that we as a board adopt, and then we move forward with this as, I mean, it's understood we're all going to keep this confidential, I believe. So we adopt this. Is that then necessary that we sign it as well, or adopting it is enough? I'm sorry, Ms. Dahl.
I will willingly sign it to communicate to prospective candidates that, you know, I am fully committed to their privacy and their confidentiality. And I would hope that other people would in the same spirit without feeling compelled.
Yeah, that's the difference between people. I don't give up my freedoms and rights that easily. I mean, as I said, we're already bound by it, and I'm just not going to be compelled to do something that's unnecessary. So that's obviously a difference.
I don't see what freedoms or rights are involved that would be given up here.
All right, any other discussion? We've heard from Mr. Hensley, Mr. Johnson, Dr. Dahl.
Are these signatures over and above what you would normally do with the contract? Or is this exceptional for us, or is that standard?
I've seen it go both ways. I've had situations where all board members have signed and have been violated. And I've had situations where there's just no issue, it just works. Whether you have the contract or not, I believe your integrity is not in question here. It's your choice. But it does happen in a majority of the cases where it's just a statement boards choose to make. It's your call,
Yeah.
A signed statement or just a statement?
a signed statement.
Thank you, sir.
And by the way, thank you, sir, for using the I word. I hadn't quite gotten to integrity. That's really the point, is it really impugns our integrity. That's my issue with this. So let me say this. There was no breach in the previous, to this day, no one in this community, actually none of you all could tell me who the candidates were, who applied, well, you could tell who was successful, but no one knows. There was zero breach. There's zero necessity for this. And that's kind of my point. It's like our integrity is being questioned, and I don't appreciate that.
Okay, hearing.
May I say well done on that? But I think that for the candidate applying from Denver, Colorado, or someplace who's not familiar with the history of Moore County, our signatures could stand for a shorthand to, that commitment, which, has been demonstrated in the past. That's great, but that history is hard to package up and deliver to the candidate from Denver or Eureka, California, or any place else. And so our signatures serve as a shorthand. Our voluntary signatures serve as a shorthand.
All right, that's a great analogy. Thank you, Dr. Dahl. I feel like this gives us a little bit more of an edge to show that we do have strong integrity, we do follow our ethical code of policies and procedures, and it does bring into the arena that we will stand by our word. That's all it is. So I appreciate the discussion. If there's a second round of comments, I think
Yeah.
Mr. Hensley already took his, but Mr. Johnson.
Sorry. Seems to me Mr. Hensley's not going to sign this. So if we're moving forward, does it send a negative message to have 6 out of 7 or 5 out of 7 or 4 out of 7 to sign it rather than a joint document that we all agree with, that we adopt as a board rather than individual signatures? So that would be my question or my issue, is we want to make sure that our candidates, the end result of this is we want our candidates to know that we're going to keep their information confidential. And I know we're all going to do that. We've all committed to that. I don't have any question that any of us would breach that confidentiality. So what is the best method of us communicating that to our potential candidates?
Okay, I have something too. Robin, you just interviewed people at the college. Did you sign one of these?
I do when I sign on to be a staff member, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
At the beginning, which is what we did. So I think that this is a
Above
little
and beyond.
over the top.
Okay.
I mean, you just said you interviewed people at the college. I don't see you going around talking about who you interviewed, who got the job,
No,
who
I
didn't.
wasn't on the interview committee, but yeah.
It doesn't matter. You know the whole thing.
That's a common thing, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
When you sign on as employee.
Okay.
So,
So we signed on, we had our board instructions by Richard, okay, which said, we don't talk. It's confidential what happens here. So I think this is a little too much.
okay. All right, anybody else have a comment? All right,
Yeah,
so,
on,
Mr. Benway,
on thinking that through, I think this is superfluous. I don't think we need it.
okay. All right, so vote with your conviction. So on our approval, do we have approval of, the confidentiality and non-disclosure?
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes,
I
ma'am.
have a question that I
Oh.
really want clarified before I
Okay.
vote.
Certainly.
So, it sounds like we have multiple people who do not want to sign it individually. Should we withdraw the motion for this and move to amend it to include the signatures of yourself as board chair and of Dr. Kastner for BWP and Associates, and remove the 7 signatures? I mean, that seems to be where we're headed. Should we just go straight to amending it as such? Sound okay to you, Mr. Schwartz?
If individual board members are, if a number of individual board members are not going to sign this, it might be better to come back on Monday, a week, and have an agreement just between the board and BWP. I don't know how you feel about
Memorandum of
that.
understanding?
I think this is your call. It is a practice that you have a choice one way or the other. It's the board's decision.
So we could just remove it.
If anything, I would table this right now.
If-
I do think the discussion is worthy. I don't think we're questioning the fact
Right.
that even if you don't have an agreement, people are still going to honor the integrity of your job as board members.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned it being, if it's redundant or not, it's your call.
Okay, so do we have a new motion?
Wait, Dr. Kastner just suggested we table it, and my motion was to amend it.
Your words, no problem. I didn't mean to.
Do you want to amend it to remove the obligation on the part of individual board members?
Yes, to remove the individual signatures. I don't know that any other language needs to be changed. We are still part of the board, and the board is making a commitment.
So, well, we can talk about the language of the NDA now that we've gotten past the signatures. So are we going to vote on this amendment to remove the individual signatures? Is that the amendment? Are you modifying the motion to remove the individual signatures? Is that your motion to modify?
I'm trying to figure out if we want a motion. Nobody has seconded it. Well, Ms. Bruno said she supports it.
Yes, I do.
Do you want to second
I'll
it?
second it.
Okay.
Okay,
So the motion has been made and seconded. I am not amending that amendment.
I'm not sure
I'm
what the
sure we-
amendment is. That's what my question was.
so,
I beg your pardon, I misunderstood. The amendment is to remove the 7 names
Individual
and signature, individual names
have
and
the
signature
chair sign.
lines, and have at the bottom, Moore County Board of Education, parentheses, board, which it currently says Dr. Robin Colcutt, board chair, date, and then BWP and Associates, et cetera.
Okay.
I'll second that.
So we have an amendment on the table, as Dr. Dahl stated. So it just says board chair and Dr. Kastner at this time. Are we ready to vote on that?
So.
Need to have discussion?
So I have a Robert's Rules question,
Okay.
actually. So
Good.
we vote on the amendment, we vote on the amendment, let's say it passes. Then do we get to go back and talk about the original one again? Or are we done with comments on that? When do we get to discuss the amended motion now?
So let me suggest that this should be considered a substitute motion to approve this with the removal of the individual signatures. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Substitute motion.
Okay,
we
so
have a-
now we're considering
And-
this
and-
as
And
a,
Pauline,
Second.
Pauline
She
seconds on
seconded.
that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bruno?
Yes.
Okay.
so a substitute motion means we're debating this. This is a new motion as if the previous one didn't exist with the 7 individual signatures removed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now let's get into the verbiage. I have a very specific question and I'm sorry, sir, what's your name?
Kevin Kastner.
Mr. Kastner?
Dr. Cassidy.
Yeah, thank you. So earlier, Mr. Schwartz said he tightened this up a bit. And could you scroll up a bit there, Mr. Batchelor? When we get down here, I'm concerned that and I don't know what our attorney modified. I don't know what you guys, I don't know what BWP, submitted. If you scroll down, Charlie, there was a couple, I guess my question is, when we go down here, it talked about, it had some pretty draconian language in there that would put the school board at grave danger. Let's say someone did violate this, and it talked about irreparable harm and all that. Could you find that section, please? I don't remember where it was. I think it was towards the end, but it talked.
It's under remedies near the bottom third of page 2.
Yeah. Okay, bottom third of page 2. Yeah, so this part right here, breach of this agreement may cause irreparable harm to the board and the candidates. The board shall be entitled to seek. So, sir, was this in your original proposal, or did our attorney add this, the board, the remedies?
It was not in our original proposal.
Huh. So what was the purpose of adding the phrase about we agree that it may cause irreparable harm to the board and the candidates? It's almost like our own attorney negotiated against us and negotiated a stronger NDA that if it was breached would cause us more harm than the NDA that was produced.
Are you directing that to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
I question why we made the NDA, why our board attorney would make an NDA stronger, which would indicate to me if it was breached, we would suffer more penalties.
No, what this would do would be to protect the board against the actions of a board member if the board member breaches this agreement to the point where it causes potentially irreparable harm. And this is standard language that, I've taken from other non-disclosure agreements.
Right, but I'm just concerned that you took a non-disclosure that was presented to us, and when you were representing us, you made the NDA stronger against us than original. My attorneys generally work the other way.
The us that I'm trying to represent here is the board as an entity, not any individual board member. And this protects the board in the event of a breach.
Okay, I guess I'll have to read it.
It allows the board as a governmental entity to seek injunctive relief if there is a breach.
Yeah, I haven't read the thing in its entirety. It was just presented, so.
So
okay.
this is designed to protect the board as a corporate governmental entity. That's who I represent. I don't represent any individual board member.
Any other discussion on this substitute motion? All right, hearing none. Do we have agreement by vote on approving the substitute motion to remove the individual board members' names from the agreement, the non-disclosure agreement?
No,
Madam
the
Chair.
substitute motion is to approve this agreement with the removal of the individual signatures.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, is that good, Dr. Dahl? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Vote for aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All right. It passes 6-1. Yeah? Aye? Okay, you were late? Okay. All right. Okay, you were opposed. Okay.
You didn't
All
call
right,
for opposed.
6-1, it passes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hensley.
Against that?
Yes,
David,
ma'am.
is there any kind of big reason?
Well,
Twofold.
okay.
Well, she asked a
Okay.
question. I mean, I haven't read it in detail. And before I sign a legal agreement, I mean, if you guys want to pull it up and scroll through it, I'll read the whole thing and then. No, I understand, but I'm still bound by it. And as a general rule, I mean, I've had examples that I can cite where this board has passed contracts that they themselves admitted during open session that they didn't read, and they voted to approve. This board has voted to approve contracts that they didn't read. And I'm just not that person who votes to approve something that I didn't read.
All right.
And I
we're
have some
gonna-
other considerations, but that's the main one.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you for your time, and we'll come back at 2:15. right, thank you for coming back, and we're now ready for our presentation. Mr. Kastner, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mack, are you available?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to go ahead and kick off the first 6 slides or so?
Yes, sir. Let me say good afternoon to all of the board members, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present to you what we would see as our responsibility and our team working with you to get you a great superintendent. First, let me introduce our team to you as we work with you. You met Dr. Kastner, he's there with you. I'm Dr. Percy Mack, former superintendent, also in Dayton Public Schools as well as in Columbia, South Carolina. Career educator, currently the chair of the Ed Leadership Department at South Carolina State University. We also have Dr. Frank Morgan, who's been a superintendent also in South Carolina and has worked in Virginia for most of his career. We have together, as a total, you can see over 100 searches that we have provided individuals for districts across the country. Next. All right. Did we miss one?
The searches are up on the screen, Percy.
They are? Okay. We've done searches, and you can just see a few of them all over the country. We have associates all over the country who we communicate with individuals coming from other places to know about their career, about their background, to understand what they need to do. And once the profile is developed, then we look for candidates who meet the profile that you say will be needed in your school district. It's we talk to board members, we talk to community members, and we will present to you the findings there. But you can see from the list that we have had large districts, small districts, rural districts, urban districts, suburban districts, and our candidates have done well in those districts. We develop a personalized search for you to suit your needs. We identify candidates that align with your requirements, and we present those candidates to the board for their decision. We just look at the candidates and see who will work with your profile. And again, as stated before, you have the right to select others if you so choose. We have a 4-step methodology in providing you information for the search. 1, we do search planning. We make it specific. We recruit the candidates, and then you will select the superintendent. So as we look at it, one of the responsibilities, key board decisions, and Dr. Kastner will talk a little more about those later, the calendar, communication. We've talked about confidentiality and community engagement. And that confidentiality is very important for the candidates coming to your district.
Percy, thank you. At this point, when we were interviewed, we gave you a general overview of BWP and how their process works. Today, though, we're asking you in more detail to give us board direction and decisions. There are some choices, and we want you to have the understanding. While some of this is repetitive from our presentation before, this is kind of the public kickoff. This leads to what you're going to be putting on your website, where you're going to have a dedicated section for your superintendent search. we gave you a brochure which had a lot of information on it on the right-hand side. And the very first page of the brochure, or on the right-hand side, talked about key decisions. The first group of key decisions has to do with the calendar. Now, we do not have to finalize the calendar today, but we want to show you what we think it might look like, and then we're going to have to work with staff, who in turn will work with the board chair to make sure we can firm up some of these dates. In essence, now that we've signed the agreement, we now have your district on our website. And so we begin that. But what we're going to then have to do is have staff develop an announcement advertising the search, in which they will have to have that announcement have your approval. In the announcement, it's going to put the parameters of the search, which would involve our advertisement, but also a cut date for applications. We recommend April 1, with the new superintendent reporting July 1. Then in the calendar, what we need to decide, and we're going to go into greater detail on this, how the community engagement process will work. And again, as we go through this, steps along the way, board members are going to have to give input. No documents are going to be out there in the public from us without a sign-off. Now, let me talk about community engagement. We think along about the beginning of February, which will give staff enough time. We would like to come into your community, and also we'd like to share with your community the fact that you invite us in to hear whatever people have to say and record what they say. This makes this very transparent and also creates ownership of community members to talk about the questions that we will ask. It involves stakeholders. When we talk about stakeholder groups, we talk about internal and external. We also want to talk with your students. So you might have the Chamber of Commerce, you might have the superintendent staff, but we want to talk to the operations department, transportation department. We want to talk to the faith-based community. We want to talk to whatever group you as a board want us to talk to. Staff will come up with some suggestions, but in the end, you're going to have to sign off. We also want to have public forums so that anyone in the public can come to the meetings in the evening and we could hear what their thoughts are. When we have community engagement, we stick to 3 questions. What are the strengths of your school district? What are the challenges that you're dealing with? And what are the qualities and characteristics you want to see about the next superintendent? In this process itself, we're going to be using that information along with a survey that's going to be available for any community members. And in the survey, there's also a page at the end that if people want to write an email to me, then they can have access to that. We use this information to create a profile. And then we will provide the report to the board about a week or so later, in which everything that we receive from the surveys, from each of the individual meetings, including meetings with each individual board member. So if we meet with all the board members, we don't say this board member said this and this one said that. We get a composite. Same thing what we'll do with the high school principals or the students or whatever. So in going through this process, the one thing that happens in community engagement, there's a momentum that occurs in a superintendent search. You have a good district already. I just saw your recent blue ribbon. That's great. But the point is also you're making a transition where the board is going to have a new leader, and you're not going to want to say, well, let's just stay what we're doing. You're going to continue to move forward with the strategic plan or whatever plan the board and the superintendent works together. But we're going to do this with this information that these people that are going to be involved are also going to be involved when a new person comes in. and that's important. The other thing, and if you go to any of the sessions when we're talking to stakeholder, first, the stakeholder meetings, we want to stick with the stakeholder groups. In the evening, when we have the forums, which we're going to represent your areas, board members attending those forums are fine. No problem with that. But in the end, everybody's going to see the same information. So the other thing that we'll be telling candidates, you have relationships with school board members. Up until they do the interviews, which are not going to occur to around the beginning of May, talk to board members of who you're looking for. Talk about the types of things that you want to be considered. So those conversations should be occurring along the way. If some group wants to testify at a board meeting, so be it. But the thing is, we want this to try to be an open type process where we have the whole idea of the transparency on the front end, and then it's up to the board doing what you were elected to do, and that's hiring the next superintendent. So this whole process works well, and it actually creates a lot of positive energy. But we're going to need board input on the stakeholder information. We're going to also need the sign off on the announcements, and then the sign off on the survey, which you have a copy. Let staff work with it. Then it comes to the board chair, and whatever process you use, it will not become public until you finalize it. Then we get into the idea of recruiting. We've given you a schedule that talks about the normal national agencies or get involved with superintendent searches instead of Ed Week. You can do a 60-day window or a 30-day window. I don't think a 60-day window is necessary because you're hitting the height of the recruiting season if we did it in the month of February and March, because that's when you have your national convention. Meanwhile, you're going to also be able to advertise on your North Carolina site. You're going to have a lot of applicants that are going to be from North Carolina, but you're also, in just a recent search like we did in Sumter, we had 15 other states. So it gives you an opportunity at least to get input from a national audience, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to qualify, but at least they'll have access to it. Percy, Frank, and I, we know a lot of people, and we don't just take good references. We go beyond that, and before we're going to put our name for recommending a 2-year guarantee, we're going to be very thorough in what we do. There is an application window. They can look at our site. They can usually have it through your site on your web page, and all that information becomes available. Now, when candidates do applications, not only do they do the applications and talking about their accomplishments, they'll have to do resume. They're going to have to show transcripts. They're going to have to show where they are certified in North Carolina or in the process of doing it. They'll do reference checks. One of the things we do in addition, we do Google searches for those that we're most assured that are closer to the leadership profile. When it gets down to probably 10 to 12 candidates, we will personally Zoom interviews. We will not bring anyone to you that we haven't tried to meet personally and at least had an interaction with them. And as we do that, we start developing a rubric of which candidates come closest to the profile, of which we shared earlier, that we will share how we've vetted and how we then have prioritized through that rubric. While we'll recommend the people that we think meet the profile, if the board members want access to additional information for any other people, we will provide it. At that point, when we create this footprint, we will present candidates to the board as a recommendation. But we also will do a protocol document in which we talks about the do's and don'ts of a superintendent search. Now, a lot of this might be common sense, but if a board member asks certain questions, we've had a case where there ended up being a lawsuit for $600,000 in another state because they went into one of those no-no areas and talked about someone's age. Can't do that. can't go into religion. You can't go into a lot of these other areas, and you all are aware of this because you deal with personnel all along. But the other thing we do, we provide you sample interview questions that you could or could not consider to use based upon your leadership profile. If you go in and select, let's say we give you 6 candidates, you move 3 to a second interview, we'll give you additional questions, all of which you can choose. We also will give you some mechanisms to talk about how you narrow things down. And it'll give you some examples of a process that you can use as a board. I know some of you have been through this before, but if we take this as a group, we're kind of starting with a common ground with the training we'll be given. When we end up presenting candidates to the board, we will give you access to the total applications that we have received. And then you as a board are going to have to consider one of 2 ways to receive the information. We could put it in a notebook form, or we can have a Dropbox. You'll have to give us direction on that. Also, in addition to that, when you do the notebooks, they don't leave the building. The Dropbox, obviously, you can do that at home. But because of the idea that we're working with the confidentiality, it can work either way. And so that's a preference. The other thing that we would recommend in first and second interview that you do in-person interviews versus Zoom. We think you're going to get a better feel for the candidates. And in essence, that's what you're trying to do, because there's 2 things going on. You're going to be interviewing candidates, but candidates are interviewing you. Candidates are watching your board meetings. Candidates are going to look and see many of the great things going on in this district. But they're also going to say, these are the people that I'm going to be working with. If we're going to move the family here and we're making this commitment, it's kind of like a marriage that you're trying to have. And it's the type of thing that it's the most important thing for these people in their lives, and it's probably the most important thing that you do as board members. That's where this process kind of brings everybody all together. Our recommendation is you don't bring a candidate in on a split vote. Should they move their family on a 4-3 vote? These are the types of things that you need to consider. The other thing, and Percy usually emphasizes it, you need to have all board members involved during the interview process. So clearing calendars can get tricky, but it's something you need to do. And that's probably going to happen along about the beginning of May. Once you get to the point, though, and you narrow it down to the candidate you most are interested in moving forward, we need to also be able to then negotiate a contract. I mentioned I left one thing out. For the 3 finalist candidates, we recommend you do a deep background check. We have an agency that's very good at it. Costs $400 a person, which is not, it's pretty reasonable. But we need to, even to the point, we once had a candidate that had 12 speeding tickets in a period of 2 years. It didn't look good. We want to look and see if there's any other things regarding bankruptcy, other issues that we need to know. We need to look at some of the social media. One of the things in this day and age, any of the people that are going to be applying for your positions are going to live in a fishbowl too. You can't be, and Tim will tell you, in public education without being in a fishbowl. All that information is going to be out there. And it's a lot more than it has been in the past. The goal, you don't want any surprises. You don't want to have someone look something up in the first 5 minutes of a name coming out and tell you something that you didn't already know. We work very hard to have that happen, to make sure that doesn't happen. We've been very successful with that. But we can't take it for granted. So we need to work on that. And at the same time, you've got to resist your temptation. When you're looking at some of the candidates and all of a sudden say, oh, I know somebody who might know somebody. And you make that phone call and all of a sudden, unintentionally, confidentiality can get breached. You gotta be careful of that. We had that happen one time in Columbus, and it got to the point where it was some trusted friend. Superintendent withdrew, got a $25,000 raise because they wanted to keep him, all because something came out in the public that you don't want to have happen. So again, you understand the seriousness of that and how it can affect people's lives. And we just have to be careful of that. When we go through and we talk to individual board members, we're going to ask you the same 3 questions, but we also would be happy to answer any of your questions about the process in any more detail. We also, when we go through the community engagement, we'll share more with you. And when we have that initial meeting, when we present candidates, again, we're going to be able to have discussions. We try to give you the pluses and minuses of your decisions, but again, these are your decisions on this. We're very encouraged that you're going to find a great candidate pool. Your reputation. The fact is, great time of the year for doing it, your location, all this is very positive, and it's going to work. But we think the process, again, gets into details. And we know that we got into some of the details today with staff. I frankly know that they're on top of all this, organizing this, getting it to you, and making the decisions. We also have a generous timeline. We're not up against anything. So if anything, we're going to want staff to make the timeline recommendations, working with the board and seeing how this all works. And then we'll be back sometime probably in early February, and we'll spend the few days here, go back and then bring you a report, which will be public record, and then continue to recruit candidates and get to the point probably around the beginning of May or so, where we would have a meeting where we would then do the presentation of candidates and go through the process as we spent some time discussing tonight or this afternoon. So I don't want to overkill what we already presented, but we wanted to also get this out there for public record. And at this point, as we conclude, I'd want to know if you have any questions for us.
All right. Any questions? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Kastner, and
Great.
yeah.
No,
Yay.
listen,
And
I'll be
and
honest.
Dr. Mack, I was thinking
I have
of
a
his
goal
name
today.
again.
I've got my son's basketball game tonight, and I've got 4.5 hours. And for a while, I didn't know if I was going to make it, but I'm going to make it. That's
All
good.
right.
But the point is, I really believe that the way this board has handled the discussions here is very positive. You don't want issues to not have the whole idea of the public discussion and the benefit of everybody's thinking. I think that is positive. And you hope that that's going to continue, even as we do the community engagement report. I think that's the way it's supposed to work. This isn't something that you're going to, I don't think this board will ever be called a rubber stamp board, but the point is that's the way it should be. You all have to represent your constituency, and I think that's what makes a good school system. And so that's why we're really enjoying the fact that we can work with you, and we're looking forward to trying to find you the best superintendent we can.
Thank you, sir, and safe travels. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you all.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. At this time, we're at item 3, pending action and discussion, and our first item is design. Thank you, sir. Design services for our new high school endorsement of SFL&A. And Dr. Locklear, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, board members. We have some additional guests who are with us, and I'm going to let Ms. Purvis introduce them. As the board knows, we went through a process to move as efficient as we can to move forward with some information on a potential new high school, potentially be part of the bond that the commissioners have been discussing. So I'm going to turn it right over to Ms. Purvis to introduce this and introduce our guests and share some good information with you. Ms. Purvis.
Yes, exciting information we have today. And after I share our executive summary with you, I'll bring SFL&A up to just present to our entire board. They were here and presented to our interview team on December 17th. We had a broad team. We had board members. We had myself, Stephanie Phillips, Assistant Superintendent. We had Andy McCormick, High School Principal, Jeff Hewitt, who's an AD at Pinecrest. We had Dr. Lisa Scott for CTE, as well as Ms. Davis and Dr. Dahl. So we had a terrific team. SFL&A was chosen unanimously by that team as the firm that we felt like we should move forward with as we develop a plan for the new comprehensive high school. The plan that they will share with you today is a prototype that meets our needs. That plan has already been built 6 times. As you know, when we talked about the selection for Carthage Elementary, we discussed prototypes and the value in using that. There's some value in savings, as well as value in knowing that this has been built multiple times and the bugs have been worked out, and that gives us assurance that we're getting something that we know will work. It also allows us to go to those prototypes and walk through to see if there are things that we would change, to talk to the administrators there and the operations folks to say, hey, if you were to build this again, what would you do it a little bit differently? So they're going to share that with you today. Worked with SFL&A to talk about their fee. They were kind enough to work with me back and forth a little bit to get a flat fee. And as you know, most architects work on a percentage. That percentage right now runs between 7 and 8%. SFL&A has agreed to a flat fee of $8.8 million. That fee will remain. If the price of the school goes up and we have to add something to that school, that does not affect the fee, the design fee. Their design fee also includes all engineering services. One of the things that they were gracious enough to do, they know that this project is going to bond, and so they understand that this project won't come to fruition unless it's funded. And so they will be doing the work on the front end at no cost. In other words, they have put together a price analysis for us that is escalated 4% to take into account that this would happen after the bond passes. They will also put together renderings and those types of things, a timeline. You'll see that in their presentation today. But those are the things that we need to get this to the bond, and then that we'll need to be able to let people see, what are you voting on? You know, what would you get if you pass this bond? So they will do that for us free of charge. This $8.8 million would not start and be in effect unless the bond comes to fruition. And so they are going to help us get the needed information to get it to that point. Today, if you pass this, what you're voting on is an endorsement of SFL&A. It will also endorse the fact that if that bond comes to fruition, we know we've agreed to them, and our contract will have $8.8 million as the agreed upon design fee. However, it is contingent upon the passing of that bond. It will also have in there what they've agreed to do to us prior to the bond. You see that in the recommendation it says pending legal review. That's because our attorney is currently working on that contract. We hope to have that in this week, and we'll let SFL&A take a look at that, review that, and then we'll be able to bring that to you on Monday. But at this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Robbie Farrell to come up. He can introduce his team, and they just want to share with our entire board a little bit about themselves and this project and give you a time for questions.
Welcome, Mr. Farrell.
Thank you. So I appreciate the confidence that the selection committee has placed in us, and again, for the board taking the time to be here today. I am Robbie Ferris, the CEO of SFL&A Architects, and this is a very, very exciting project. Is this clicker working? Yeah. So as you've already been told, this RFQ was all about doing a prototype, and we've highlighted in this slide here that it was to do 2 things really: to expedite construction and to reduce overall cost. And I think we have a plan to do both of those things. In fact, the prototype that we brought to you was specifically selected to accomplish those goals, as well as it happens to meet the DPI requirements for a school like the one you want to build. The team is going to be, of course, myself. I'm the CEO of the company. I will be working with Mahan Kick, who will be the project manager. Mahan and I work together on a daily basis on projects, but he will be the point of contact day in and day out. Once the project moves into construction, Jackie, who's not here with us today, will follow that project into construction. Mahan and Jackie both have really dedicated their careers to the design and construction administration of K-12 facilities. Our civil engineering firm will be Withers Ravenel. We have Cindy Hoffman here with us today. I've known Cindy for a long time. She has a deep experience with educational facilities, and we selected their firm because of that experience. One important note, one of the members of their team is a fellow named Tucker McKenzie. After we were selected for this project, after the selection committee recommended us, Tucker informed us that he wanted to run for the school board. So we thought it was important to bring that up to the board, and he will not be working on this project, but we wanted full transparency. We wanted everyone to know that up front. Withers Ravenel is a firm with hundreds of people. They have a lot of experience with all kinds of facilities, in particular educational facilities. As far as our experience with K-12 facilities,
I'm sorry, could you go back, please? Sure. So Withers Ravenel is a partner in this?
they are a consultant of
A
ours.
consultant, and one of their, well, the professional engineer who was going to do this is now running for the Moore County School Board?
He was one of the people on the team. He's a member of the Withers Ravenel team. And so we wanted to make sure that we were fully transparent and told you that and brought it to you, and he will not be involved in this project.
Oh. Can I say a quick note? Sorry. Part of the reason we selected Withers Ravenel and Tucker and Sydney specifically is Tucker lives here. His kids go to school here in Moore County. He is a local. And we felt like having somebody that was local was important to the success of this project. Now, he was a part of that interview process. It was following the selection that he decided he wanted a bigger part in what's happening here in Moore County. And he chose to put his name in that pool. So he is officially, I guess, I don't know the process, but he
Yeah,
is
this started out so well, and you guys know you guys know my reservations about SFLA. Yet here we are, more intertwined. Now we've got like a campaign commercial. Okay, I got it. So he worked for a subcontractor, and now he's no longer on the team. So we could just maybe stop the campaign commercial about Mr. McKenzie. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Everything just appears to be intertwined.
Okay. So SFLA Architects has designed about 1,200 K-12 projects in North and South Carolina. I think probably most important for this particular project, we've done 22 high schools. Those are new high schools. Obviously, that doesn't include additions and renovations. So 22 high schools, and the particular prototype, as you've already heard, has been built 6 times with a variety of different materials and systems. And I'm going to turn it over to Mahan and let him share with you more about the prototype and the process.
Thank you, Robbie. As Robbie said, as well as Ms. Purvis, we've built this prototype 6 times in the state of North Carolina. This is a proven prototype. It is ranged in size anywhere from about 1,200 students up to about 1,600 to 1,800 students. Now, that is possible partly due to the fact that DPI's recommendations for square footage, the core does not change significantly from 1,200 to 1,800 students. And so by just extending or shortening the wings, we're able to increase or decrease the capacity of this facility without having to change the core of the building and the prototype. A little backstory that we're going to get into a little bit more detail. You can see Northern Guilford High School here. We were contracted to design and build Northern Guilford. While that school was under construction, the existing Eastern Guilford High School actually burned down. Through that process, we were able to then do the prototype for a second high school there in Northern Guilford. And the Eastern Guilford existing facility was demoed, the new school was built, and all of that happened in 19 months. And part of that has to do with it being a prototype, but it also has to do with the structural system that we decided to use in that facility. And we're going to go into a little more detail about that. Here's the 2 levels. It's a 2-story plan. We call it an H plan. I think it's pretty obvious. Some savings, some reasons that we like this plan. You can see the auditorium and the gym, those large 2-story spaces, have party walls with the 2-story wings, so that allows us to reduce some of that exterior envelope, reducing cost, decreasing energy cost. Additionally, already looking at the ways that DPI's recommendations on space profiles have changed in the past, recent history, science classrooms have gone up. So we have actually, the wing adjacent to the auditorium, that's the blue space on the 2nd floor. That light green, we've gone ahead and added 4 more science classrooms to meet the current DPI guidelines for that facility. Safety and security. These are 2 things that were in the RFQ that are critical, should be critical for every school district. We like to think about safety as soon as you enter a school site. That begins with student, staff, teachers entering the site. We have positioned parking lots and student drop-off, bus parking, all of that, so that everybody is able to enter this school in a single entry at the front of the building. That minimizes any kind of pedestrian and vehicular crossing. Additionally, there's multiple steps of identification, verification to get into this facility. Those front doors, once school is started, is locked down. Identity is verified outside of the building, partially into the building. Checkpoint, where identity is again verified at the front desk, and then the receptionist in the front desk then has the opportunity to either prevent them from getting into the school if they feel it's necessary. So it is very important to us and you to make sure that nobody's getting into this facility that hasn't already gone through the proper protocol of identification. Once you're in the facility, the other advantage to this H plan is here we're showing that from 2 strategic locations on each level, you're able to monitor down straight corridors as well as the central atrium space in this facility. So this plan is easy to monitor and it's easy to identify any kind of threats. Additionally, it is extremely efficient on the kind of program space. There's not, while there is this central atrium that is kind of used both for the dining space as well as a gathering space, but we've given functions to that center space as well as made sure that there's no we don't have any collaboration spaces in this facility. We have dedicated all of the square footage to the program that's recommended by DPI and Moore County Schools. Energy efficiency. Here we are proposing to use 3 kind of passive energy efficiency design elements in the school. Thermal envelope. It is important that the energy that you put into heating and cooling this facility stays within the school. So we pay very close attention to the details of how we deal with that thermal envelope and make sure that the energy you put in is not lost. 2, thermal mass. That is the structural element that is supporting this building. We are a big believer in thermal mass because, one, it absorbs heat during the day, it releases that heat during night, that reduces operational costs. But then 2, it's strong. It lasts the test of time. And what you guys have asked for is a facility that's gonna last 50 to 100 years. Masonry, precast concrete, these heavy elements, thermal masses, will stand the test of time. And then the third element is natural lighting. This is a art classroom. There is not a single light turned on in that space, and that's because they've done a good job of doing large profile windows on the north side of the building that allows radiant natural light to come into those spaces. Alternatively, on the south side of the building, we do smaller apertures and we do exterior sunshades. Again, this is all passive design elements that are gonna help reduce operational cost, but also make a very, comfortable interior space for both teachers and students.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Go back one, please.
Sorry.
Your window configuration appears to permit direct line of sight from outside the building into the classroom.
There, I got it.
Is that correct?
There'll be a security button. In other words, somebody in the administrative area, maybe the principal and some assistant principals, could be teachers too, will have a button they can push to put the school down into lockdown mode. And then I think we all collectively, have to decide what lockdown mode looks like. There are a lot of things that we can incorporate into the building from a safety and security standpoint. They all cost money, but those are the kinds of decisions you'll make at that point in the future. So does that answer your question?
I think we need to integrate the security aspects early, very early.
One of the things that Mr. Benway is talking about is that line of sight.
Right.
And you'll remember with our other prototype for the elementary school, that's one of the things that we decided to change. And so what we did was lift the windows and add exterior doors. So although this is a prototype, we still have the ability to go back and make modifications such as that. It'd still have the same footprint, but if we were to say, hey, on the first floor, we really don't want those windows that someone could just bust out and step into, then we can elect to raise those. That may mean that we have to do what we did with the Carthage Elementary School, which is put an exit door on each one, but a solid steel exit door, and raise those windows would still allow us to have natural light. When we think about that lockdown, we'll also work with them to make sure they understand what we have in place right now with Centegix and how that would work in addition to additional safety systems. But those are some things that we'll get into that the board will have decision on as we work through this prototype. They may not mention it to you, but the original plan on top of that atrium also has an atrium ceiling, and we talked about that and the longevity of that. And that is something that I don't recommend for us in terms of longevity. I recommend raising that, having a traditional roof, and then putting windows underneath that traditional roof and around the edge so that we have lots of light, but we're not working with what would essentially be, skylights in the future to deal with.
Kind of an eyebrow effect, huh?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
And so those types of things, Mr. Benway, we will have decision-making and the board will determine.
Great, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And just quick follow-up, I had a similar question about the protective covering we have on our buildings that we're putting on our windows. Is that something that would be included on these windows? And
So if we do what we've done at Carthage Elementary, there's no need for that. Because if someone were to bust out a window, they're going to have an 8-foot ladder to get up there to get into that window, right? The only protective covering that we would need to utilize in a new build, if we do what we've done with our other build are those protective coverings in the entryway. So when you have entrance doors that are glass or the entryways that are glass, that would be incorporated into the build, but we would try to maneuver the prototype so that classrooms would not have to have that installation.
Okay, I have a related question on the window height. What will determine, I mean, I know we'll do site prep and grading and so forth, so we have control over this, but what will determine where the floor level is in the classroom relative to ground level outside, you know, where a prospective intruder might be standing?
The site that we choose, as well as the site work. So remember when we were talking about topography of site, when we have a site that might have a large drop in topography, then you're going to end up with different varying levels of land outside versus window height. So the site work will dictate that, as well as the site selection. And even though we select a site, you know, that site work can be done to get it what we want it to be. But it just is a matter of how much work we want to do in terms, you know, when you build a house on a hill, you can straighten that out if you want to. If you don't, you're going to have a back porch that's 10 feet off the ground, right? But if you want to backfill that, you can and get that porch to be 3 or 4 feet off the ground. So those are things that we have to determine, and we have to look at the cost factor based on the site that's selected.
So it wouldn't be something that we would do necessarily on purpose for security reasons.
What we'd want to do is ensure that every window on the first floor for classrooms is at a height that would not allow an intruder to bust that window out and easily access that classroom. So that would be, like I said, based on site. Then we'd have to take a look at each area. Where is that area falling? And ensure, and the goal would really be to have all first floor windows like that. So that would be the goal.
And that's all part, that's all what the board drives. The board will drive that. And that's, if we select, whomever we select as the architect, services, they're driven by what the board dictates. And which we appreciate that, and appreciate the responsiveness to the RFQ, which is why they're here today, presenting. So, yeah.
Just for future reference, perhaps less expensive than creating the solid walls would be to create dead space or exclude people from the line of sight possibility out on the terrain. So there's a toss-up between.
The one good thing about this prototype, if you'll back up a bit behind to take a look at the halls, you'll see all of these halls for student traffic are interior. So when you think about some of the older school models, you have a hall here and classrooms to the right or classrooms to the left. So as students travel through this, they're really on the interior of the building. So that helps a lot with what you're talking about. You know, in older schools, you do have a lot of spaces, especially common spaces, that have these huge windows to the exterior. So this does help minimize that. However, at those entry points at each end, we may need those doors to have the covering that we put on those.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. As I said, we introduced the idea of doing precast concrete for the structural construction of this facility. We have talked with some construction companies in preparation for our presentation to try and figure out what current day costs are for a traditional masonry, brick, and CMU block wall compared to a precast. And while the cost difference is not significantly different there, the big savings actually comes in the fact that in precast, your construction window can actually be reduced by 25%. That translates to real cost from your contractors that are building this facility. We estimate that could be as much as $3 million or even more dollars of savings on the total construction of this facility.
So when you think about that precast, it's not just the fact that that there, but that precast is labor. So when you think about that, for those of you thinking about how is this saving us, okay, $5 and 25% time, but the maximum savings comes in large precast pieces being brought in instead of it being laid hand block by block.
And to kind of piggyback off of what Jenny's saying is these precast panels are constructed in a factory under very high tolerances. The employees that work in those factories are verified employees that show up every day, and they're constructed very high tolerances, and they're delivered, and then they're put up in a very fast method. Additionally, the time savings actually comes from the fact that that site is being able to, your foundations and your prep, all that prep work is able to happen simultaneous to the construction of those panels off-site. So when the two of them come together, you're basically, instead of sequencing that work, it's able to happen simultaneous.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
And just, for people, if you, well, let me just make a comment first. If you pay attention to all large warehouse and distribution center construction, it's all precast concrete. It's been that way for decades, or started a couple decades ago. But here's my question. If we use precast concrete for the exterior and interior walls, does that affect any routing of conduit or anything, or how do you address that?
So our goal, what we typically will do is the exterior walls and your corridor walls, your demising walls between classrooms will still be able to do a metal stud wall so that we can route all your conduit. But additionally, on those interior walls and the exterior walls, I'll point out like the riglets, the patterns that we've put into those walls. Additionally, we can put a standard outlet or multiple outlets on each of those panels so that we have the ability to add or subtract, and the pathways are already in each of those panels. As long as we make the panels as much as possible a repetitive piece, we can add the conduit, we can add a box, we can add the riglet details. We can do all those things, and it's relatively little cost because it's happening the same thing repetitively over and over, and it's happening in a factory, and it shows up on site. And then you have the choice later on if you actually want to pull a cable to that location.
The precast panels can and should have conduit and whatnot for future electrical outlets or whatnot.
Correct.
I have a question. So back a slide or two, you compared the two types of, there we go, the brick and block to the precast, and obviously the brick and block has the brick veneer. So does this $60 per square foot include an exterior finish?
It does include brick. A thin set. It's not a full brick. It's actually a thin brick that's applied in the formwork. Correct.
It's put into the panel in the factory, and we'll show you some pictures when we get there. We can talk about the brick.
Okay, I thought the prototypes had different types of exterior walls.
They do, but they all include some degree of brick in them.
But that is something that presumably we would choose ahead of time, and it would just come as part of the system. Okay.
That's right. Correct. So we've already really talked about the precast and the actual construction. Here's an example of the finished product at Eastern Guilford. You can see those darker red areas. Those are that thin set. But again, that is something that we would work with the board and your staff to kind of come up with a customized exterior panel that would would be the building blocks for your facility. I'm going to hand it to Cindy, talk a little bit about site preparation and site analysis.
Thank you. This on your screen here is just a generic kind of template of a site because we don't know what site we have. But some things that we will look at when we do determine a site, or if we're doing a site analysis evaluation, it could be you'd like us to look at a couple sites, or hopefully then we come down to one, and we'll go through full what we call due diligence pre-design services at that time. And we'll look at floodplains, streams and wetlands, then we'll look at topography, steep slopes. If we can graded out to get the building to fit on there. We look at utility services. Do we have utilities to the site, or are they going to have to be extended to the site? Then we'll look at the ordinance as well. You know, what kind of frontage requirements, buffers we have to require there. We'll look at site access. Will you need to do turn lanes or any off-site improvements? So all those get built into your site cost. So that'll be part of what we do in the beginning. And, you know, like this site, I think it was around 70 acres. And once we took out the buffers and the streams and the floodplains and all the other things, it ended up becoming around 35, 40 acres that were actually buildable. The good thing with this site is it was still a nice developable site versus being cut up by streams. So all those, how it lays out, will determine what the best site will be for you. We'll want to use that prototype and make sure it fits on the site. And you'll have site access and circulation, both pedestrian and vehicular.
We did go ahead and include, again, this is just a generic, using this H plan, a generic site, full high school athletic facilities, baseball, softball, tennis, soccer, a stadium with both home and away stands, parking, bus, and student drop-off. Additionally, we did double check our MSTA stacking requirements. This is just to kind of give you an idea of how all of that program would fit on a site with this prototype. I will say that this site right here is about 60 usable acres. I've got some photographs of the Eastern Guilford High School. Here is the upper level of that atrium space. You can kind of see to the right a little bit, there is a kind of a skylight to that space, but we've already discussed the removal of that skylight. We would do a pop-up, we would do a clear story window or an eyebrow window, and do a true solid roof over that space. So you would still get the advantages of the sunlight coming into that space, but you don't have to worry about the maintenance and longevity of a skylight that you would have to maintain for 100 years. Additionally, most districts are not doing lockers in their facilities anymore, so that's something that's easy for us to subtract out of the prototype and remove. Go ahead.
One of the other things that we talked about in this prototype and that some of our team members on the interview panel had some concern with, you'll see the open atrium below and the height of that rail. Unfortunately, we'd like to think that we're never going to have a fight in high schools, right? But sometimes, you know, boy likes boy and girl likes girl, and we have a fight, and that just happens with teenagers. So we really want to take a look at options, and I've already asked Mahan to start doing this, to bring us some options of how do we raise that without disturbing the look or the appeal of it. So bringing us several options for what could we do to not make it look, you know, like a prison, but to open it up, but to still ensure that someone's not going to get tossed over, because we really don't want that to happen. And that's, you know, unfortunately could be a reality, and we want to make sure. So that is something we're working on if you see that and are concerned.
Natty. This is an interior shot of the auditorium. This auditorium is a full-scale, got seating capacity from, I believe, about 600 students, 600 to 700 students. It also has the balcony seating. Stage is full with lighting, curtains, and all the audio-visual equipment necessary for full production facility. Here's the main competition gym, retractable bleachers, wood athletic flooring, but you still have the option of the cross-court practice goals that can be retracted. Apologize. This is a management plan schedule. As we discussed, yep. So, as we discussed earlier, this project is dependent on the bond and the bond passing. We have said that, you know, this is a prototype that we've done 6 times. We will go ahead and start the process of looking at that prototype, making sure that it meets current DPI guidelines, which we've already done. If there's renderings, facilities, as Jenny said, we can absolutely coordinate a visit to any of these facilities so that any of the board members that would like to see one of these facilities, you'd be able to go there and visit it. So anything that's necessary for that bond passing, we're here to help you guys get to that point, because obviously we feel like we have a vested interest in making sure that this project passes. What we're showing here, though, is there's not really any kind of, we're not starting the design process, we're not starting the agency approval process, we're not going through any of that process until the bond is passed, which is November of 26. As soon as that bond passes and we get a notice to proceed, we've got site selection in there, we got as Cindy said, the pre-site analysis. You need to get a survey, a TIA, environmental, environmental ESA, sorry.
Oh, a phase 1.
A phase 1 environmental study done. Geotechnical, this is all information that's gonna be absolutely necessary for any site that you select. Simultaneous to that site site work that's happening, the design process will start, but I will say that design phase, the schematic design development, construction documents, and agency reviews, that right there is about a year's worth of time right there, starting from November of 2027, or 26, I apologize. That is not the driving factor. It is your site. It's your site selection, and once you select a site, doing all that pre-site analysis, and then getting that site approved by DEQ, DOT, that is going to be the driving factor of getting that project permitted and ready to bid. Based on this schedule, we have it bidding early of 2028. You got bids, certification, your LGC approval. You need a 100% bid project submitted to the LGC a month prior to it getting onto the agenda, so that process takes 2 months. So in all, from the time that you get bids, it could take up to 5 months for you to actually be able to issue a notice to proceed to your contractor. All of this being said, this school would be ready to open in early of 2030, sorry. It's a long time frame, but a lot of it is dependent on the fact that we have to wait for the bond. And so for the next 10 months, we can kind of assist in making sure that that passes, but unless you guys choose otherwise, that we can't really compress that schedule. I'm sure there may be some questions at that point.
Well, just a question about that timing. So, it sounds like the biggest holdup initially will be site selection, and so I think we just need to explore what that process looks like on our end. If there's anything we can do prior to November, if that would help at all, if that would be time well spent, I guess that's a conversation we need to have.
So one of the things we have discussed discussed, and that I've already talked with just realtors about, is giving us a preliminary look at prices of real estate that's being sold there on that 211 corridor, which is where we think this is probably going to need to go based on some analysis that we've already had done. However, there's a large amount of land out there, right? So, we could preliminarily start looking at what's available out there, and just taking a look. That gives us an idea of price, but it also gives us an idea of topography, because as you take a look out there, you can get an idea of what are we dealing with, how many sites are available. We don't necessarily want to move on something until we know we've got the bond, but we certainly could go ahead and start taking a look.
All right, other questions? Yes, Ms. Bruno.
Yeah, you said that you would help in getting the bond passed. Besides drawings, what else do you do?
So we can do renderings, we can do community kind of forums where we talk about the project and the vision that you, the board, have for this project. Anything that we can do to help generate excitement and in this project is what we're offering.
Okay.
So what I've asked for, Ms. Bruno, just to give you an idea of what I've asked them to help us with, is when we think about folks going to vote, it's going to be great if they can have a picture in their mind of, if I vote on this and this passes, what are the kids getting? And so if we can come up with, here's what the school looks like, and we may decide, the board may decide once the money is passed that, hey, we want a little different brick, or we want the front to be a little bit different. But basically, here's the floor plan. We have some renderings that could, go out on social media. Folks could see it. They actually brought to us in that interview just a little model of what that looks like that could be picked up and put down. So if we were to want to present that or have that here for community members to take a look at, those types of things, so that they're not voting on something that they can't visualize. And although we don't have a site, if they could give us some renderings of a school on a site, that all fields would be with it, so that we can just give voters an idea of what are you getting for this amount of money.
Okay. You've built before for Moore County, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
What schools?
So my experience here, I was involved in the McDeeds Creek Elementary School, the Aberdeen Elementary School, Southern Pines Elementary School, as well as the 5 gym addition modernization projects.
Other questions?
I think it's important to note that we understand that we're working for this board, and that the other projects that we've done were a product of other boards' direction, and we will be taking your direction.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. Maybe kind of general to specific. So trying to get my mind around how this is going to work. I'm wondering what the contract's going to look like. And just in my mind, I see, because it's going to be drafted over the coming week, and in my mind, I see a contract where we commit to you guys contingent upon the bond being approved. In other words, and I just want to know what the deal is, right? So assuming that this is what we want to do, then the agreement is, okay, we'll commit to this and this design in exchange for, if the bond's approved, then we're really going to move forward, right? Is that the basis of the contract?
Yes.
Okay, with lots of little details filled in.
Correct.
Yeah,
We
okay.
add in there that they have agreed to assist us in
Yeah.
that, the rendering and photos that are needed pre-bond. But yes, it would be contingent,
Right,
and
right.
that would be spelled out clearly.
Okay, that's fair. And I think this may have been mentioned, but as you guys know, my mind wanders a bit. So have you taken people out to see these prototype, the schools have been built yet?
We have not seen the 6 that have been built, and
They're
that-
pretty close though, right?
they
Union
are.
County
They
and-
sure are.
What's the closest one, Union or Guilford?
Guilford.
We should if we're gonna commit to this by next week, we need to get some eyes on that prior to, right? or we put it off for a month. But, you know, we did that for the, the Carthage Elementary, right? I
Right.
mean, you took delegations through
Right.
there and I'm not saying I don't believe in this concept. I'm subject to a couple things. I'm actually very supportive of it. But I think we really need to lay eyes on it just to make sure.
I could
A field
certainly,
trip.
yep, I could certainly try to work with these guys and the administration there to organize something for us to get a walkthrough. That shouldn't be a problem for those who could do that. And that would help us. I would urge us to try to take a look at calendars right after this meeting and see what the availability is so that we can make that happen. We do know that we need to get this information to our Board of Commissioners. This timeline, as well as the breakdown of cost, is what they're looking for to be able to take this to bond. We don't want to officially give it to them until this board approves it, though. And so, you know, I would
Well,
hate to hold off on a month, but
my
I
only
think
concern-
next week we could take a walkthrough.
I think that should happen prior to us voting to
Sure.
approve this design. And I don't need to attend, you know, I think that you and, you know, Dr. Locklear, you know, the professional staff needs to attend, drag a few principals along and, you know, does it meet your needs? I think that's a
Yes, sir.
reasonable
We
ask
could-
prior to us voting.
We could try to make that happen.
Okay, so, not wanting to well, let me ask you this. You guys, and I'm thankful Ms. Bruno asked this question. You guys were involved in Aberdeen and Southern Pines. When that was, there was a marketing campaign. Well, let me back up a little bit. When we interviewed you guys for the elementary school, one of the questions I asked everyone was, do you make political donations and do you support marketing campaigns? And like most of the other candidates, your answer to both those questions were yes. Okay. So let me ask you this. When there was the bond issue for the 3 schools that were recently built, Southern Pines and Aberdeen being 2 of the 3, did you guys contribute to the marketing campaign for that? There was an LLC or some sort of company set up to do that. Do you remember? Okay, so let me ask you this. Here's, I can go into excruciating details, but I would prefer not to. Here's my question: is will SFLA, and I mentioned this to Ms. Purvis, so hopefully she socialized it to you guys a bit. Actually, let me back up a little bit further. I think this is a good deal. I think Ms. Purvis negotiated the correct deal. It's a flat fee. It's 5.8%. It's, you know, it kind of hits all the things that if I were negotiating a deal, it's what you want, or at least what I think we want. But subject to 2 things, right, is what I would want, and will you guys entertain this, that SFLA and its principals will not contribute to any marketing program in support of the bond. Because, look, this is, and my rationale is, it's routine, and it happens, and but this is a Moore County decision. I don't want people outside the county with their thumbs on the scale. So I have 2 asks. One is that SFLA and its principals will agree in writing not to contribute to any marketing program for the bond issue, right? And the second thing is, and again, we could go into excruciating details, but I'd prefer not to the greatest extent legally possible, SFLA and its principals will not make any donations to any politicians who influence a decision on this school, to include school board members, county commissioners, and our state representatives. If you guys will agree to that, then I have no objections to this based upon my understanding and subject to seeing the final contract.
And that's one board member's request.
Correct.
That's just one
Correct.
board member's.
Right. I'm just saying well, let's look at Hoke County. I mean, what I've seen in Hoke County is a snapshot of endless maximum donations to county commissioners. And I don't want that to occur here.
Yeah, and I'm not saying what you're asking is wrong, Mr. Hensley, but what I'm saying is that you're speaking for, as one board member.
Right. And
Just to be
right,
clear.
right, but you always point that out when I said it, and I said that twice. I said, this is my opinion. I
Okay.
actually said that.
I
But,
appreciate
you
it.
you don't say that when Steve Johnson's talking or
I'll
Ms.
try to
Dahl.
do better
Yeah,
next time
thank
to
you.
make sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
please don't show your prejudice towards me.
I don't have any prejudice
Oh,
towards you,
okay.
but please proceed.
Please don't show your bias against me. So if you guys will agree to that in writing, I have no objections.
So certainly if that's what the board would like us to do, we can agree to that. I don't know, I have to just say, I don't know whether we've contributed to any state candidates that represent Moore County. I kind of think we may have in the past.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah, and I would be asking for this cycle,
yeah. So I would say certainly we could agree to not give any more contributions if in fact we have, and I don't know whether we have,
Right.
if that's what the board would like us to do.
Yeah, I just point to Hope County, and I'll bring the records next Friday. Unfortunately, I'll have to publish them online because I can't show them on the screen because of a policy that we have. But I think if I recall correctly, I see endless maximum donations to Hope County commissioners, from architect firms. And, I don't want to question their motives, but it just seems, just doesn't seem right.
Are there any other questions?
So I'm not finished.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
can I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Are you speaking of financial contributions specifically?
Right. Yes. What
So
I'm,
you're not trying to prevent them from helping publicize, meet with the public, present pictures of what the school might look like, and otherwise help us
right.
promote the
No,
bonds?
I'm not. No, not at all. Not at that. That's a great question. That's not at all what I'm saying. Yes, at our request, we would expect them to show up and give presentations. Hey, here's what we're doing at our request. What I'm talking about is in the last bond issue in Moore County, there was a private company, LLC, set up with all these anonymous donors, and I think it was under the tutelage of Sandhills Community College, and there were all these anonymous donators from out of county. If you look at it, it was just a list of contractors and realtors and architects and stuff, and they all contributed, and that was the marketing campaign that convinced the public to vote for it, and it was funded in main part by companies who benefited by the expenditure of the bond. And I just don't think that's right. If individual citizens want to contribute money, more power to them, but I do not think it's right. I'm just trying to think of the word, it's right on the tip of my tongue, that, out of county people or whatever that benefit directly from these contracts fund the marketing campaign to get the bond issue passed to fund their contract. I see it all the time in federal contracting, and it's disgusting. You see McConnell Douglas running ads for the latest fighter jet on, CNN News trying to get, a senator to vote for it.
Dave, we're talking about strictly corporate donations and not by members.
What I'm talking
Of the
about,
private.
corporate donations and principals, and by principals, I mean owners and officers. You can't control what the individual
understand
people
that.
do. It's a free
Okay,
speech.
just
At
wanna
some
clarify
point, it
that.
becomes a free speech issue. Yes. The other thing so what's everyone's feeling on that?
You're the CEO of the company.
Yes.
How do you not know what who your company has contributed to?
I could look it up. I mean, if I had time, I could go look it up. I just don't remember whether or not we gave to that LLC. I think we've given to members in the past from Moore County. I can't tell you who they are. I mean, I do know when Joe Boylan was in, we contributed to him because his wife worked for us. I can't tell you who I honestly just don't know who the state representatives are that represent
Right. Yeah. And
Moore County.
To be clear, I haven't asked what you've done in the past other than that one thing. That's whatever's water under the bridge. What I'm talking about is this cycle, is that there be no donations, for some reasonable period. And look, we could strike the state representatives, but certainly the people who directly affect it, the school board and the county commissioners, no donations, and no donations to any pro-bond marketing campaigns.
I don't have a problem with that, but
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
And
All right,
then just one last comment, and I've been wanting to say this forever, and this is good, and hopefully my board members will support me. When you walk around buildings, and this is all public buildings, you go to the airport, you go to a school, man, there's these brass plaques that praise the Raleigh City Council, that praise the school board that built this building, that praised, the coach of the Panthers, the owner of the Panthers, or the city council who built that $1 billion stadium on the back of the taxpayers. You know who's never thanked are the citizens or the taxpayers. I hope this board, and I will not rest until this happens, this board, any school we build, when people walk in, that plaque should not praise the architects. It should not praise a construction company. It should not praise this board. That plaque should say, thank you to the citizens and taxpayers whose hard work or whatever made this possible. We need to thank the citizens and taxpayers, not build a monument to, Stacy Caldwell or whoever was on the school board when that building was built. That's who we need to thank on the plaque when we build these buildings. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very good, Mr. Hensley.
I'll go.
I agree, and I
I
think we need to
concur.
put the years.
Yeah, don't put my name on anything. I promise you
Yeah, put
that.
the
I don't know why
years.
Stacy had to get called out. Poor Stacy.
So, yeah.
Poor,
All right.
poor Stacy.
Do you have a question, Mr.
I did. I
Thompson?
had a couple questions. Was that the last slide? Was that the last information?
We
or do you have
actually
more?
do have
Okay.
the budget.
Because I was
and
going to
I've-
wait until you're finished. I can ask some questions that I had, but
Okay.
I'll wait.
If you'd like, I can go ahead and run through the budget.
Yes, sir. Please
sheets.
do.
There's a few more slides. It looks like it may be a little bit more legible. I did break it down. These are site costs, and again, these are assumptions. This is an allowance based on a hypothetical site. What we've been told, like I said, we showed you what a typical high school layout of this size would look like. This is based on the assumption of a 60 usable acre site, and that there's not any more than 40 feet drop in elevation. You get more than that, you're gonna have some additional costs that are into that. So these site costs are based on that. Additionally, we have all of the athletic facilities that are built into there, as well as the last two there are a fire pump and a fire suppression tank. Those are things that hopefully, if we're along the 210, 211 corridor, those are two things hopefully that would not be necessary. But we want to put those costs in there, again, to avoid the situation where we're, then having to come back to you and say it's more because we didn't account for it. So those things are being highlighted for site cost. Building construction cost, again, we reached out and were able to get a contractor to quickly look at DPI standard for a facility of this size and give us in today's dollars, this is how much it would cost them to build this facility. Sorry, I'm going to go back. That totals about just under $92 million. That is for 243,000 square feet, I believe. And part of that is when I worked up this budget, there's an alternate for an additional classroom space. So it's a 17 core with 1,400 student capacity with the ability to expand it up to 1,700 students. That would take it up to the full. And that is included in the total budget, correct? Correct.
And so one of the things that we discussed was, that is something the board would have a choice when this is bid out, is placing that as an alternate. We know economy of scale, we might want to take a look at what does it look like if we do add this on now when we bid it out and get those actual numbers. So we have that ability. You'll see again in here, alternate of terrazzo floors. We know that those are gonna last forever. It's about $800,000 additional dollars if we add that in. But we can certainly bid that as an alternate, and the board would be able to decide which direction they wanna go.
I've got furniture, equipment pulled out here so you can see the line items for those elements. Alternates, as we talked about, there's the 4 classroom pods, so it's actually a total of 12 classrooms, about 21,000 square feet, the 8 million. Escalation, we've got 4% per year, works out to around $8 million between now and the time that this project would be bid out. Owner expenses, obviously, we've got a TBD in there for land cost. Permits, again, I've got $0 there, and I got an asterisk next to it. Historically, that's something that was paid directly by the county, or to the county, or it's also something that the county can waive because you're essentially paying yourself for those permit fees. Survey, owner's contingency is in there at 1%. Environmental ESA, traffic analysis, all the different costs there.
One thing I would encourage, as soon as we do know about what land cost is, let's go ahead and put it in there, so that total number is reflecting, because we don't want to kid ourselves. So as soon as we got a sense of that, I think we should put an allowance in for land.
Let me say this, though, and I said this to Ms. Purvis the other day, and I would advise everyone to think about this, because everyone looks at land costs and you're shocked. Well, that's just the way commercial land runs. But I think these gentlemen will agree with me. When you're building a commercial building, the cheapest thing you do is buy the land. I just don't go cheap on the land, because you're going to pay for it, and Ms. Purvis would remind us you're going to pay for it in other areas.
Absolutely. The Carlisle extension is a prime example, and the 80 feet of elevation change from one side was a major cost and challenge. Final is, as we've said, we are proposing that we will not charge a preliminary design fee. We are in this with you partners for the bond to approve. And then we have our design fee, which we would not bill until this project is funded. As we've said, it works out to $8.8 million, which actually is 5.6% of, so even a little bit better, which totals the total budget. So all of that there being said, final slide. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Well, yeah, so one question I had was, I see the total estimate was 157.7 million, minus the land, of course. What was our original estimate that we had been talking about when we presented this before?
The original estimate was about 160.
160.
What we had felt like we would be at the end. So we're falling less than that, and we're looking at a potential $2 or $3 million probably in land. The thing about this, we had discussed that we would probably need 100 acres because we need 80 usable. The fact that we're using a compact plan allows us to put this on 60 usable acres and still have all of the athletic facilities and everything else that needs to be there. So we don't need quite as much land as we would if we were to have one story spread out, which is helpful because this is a compact plan. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that I wanted them to ensure that within this budget, we have everything that's there. So you see the technology, the furniture fixtures, The football field has synthetic turf. What I did not want to happen is for us to have a school completed and still have things that need to happen. So what we wanted to ensure is that when this school opens, all the athletic fields are there, the field houses are there, the practice spaces are there, and that we're not looking down the road for, hey, how do we add this or add that? This would be a comprehensive, full-scale high school with all of the programs, and that, mirrors Pinecrest and Union Pines. So there'd be no question that everything is comparable to the schools that they're coming from.
Question to Steve's question. So we've been using 160 lately. Is that what we used 2 years ago? So we've been using, I meant to look back before this meeting, so we've been using 160 in the 10-year plan for at least a couple of years?
We've been using that for about 2 years.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Because we were escalating that forward, knowing that it would be a while before we could get here.
Question. Have we earmarked this school for emergency management purposes? Have we factored any emergency management requirements by the county into this school?
So I did talk with Mahan about the fact that we had entrances for emergency management in all areas, and that emergency management radios would work as well as our administrative radios. And so that was something that we had a question about the precast walls, just wanting to make sure that that would work. So we did check on those things, Mr. Benway. If you have other ideas that you'd like us to take a look at, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Again, if there are questions or if there's information that you would like to have in addition to what you've been presented today so that we can have what you need to take this to vote on Monday, if you will let these guys know, they will try to get that to us this week so that I'll have that for you next Monday at our regular session.
All right, thank you very much. That was a comprehensive and very professional presentation. We appreciate your time and your patience, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
So what are we going to do? I mean, do we want to vote on these, on the two things that I discussed about not contributing to a bond marketing program and not making political contributions to school board members and county commissioners? I only mention that because, that's routine in this industry, and I just don't think it's appropriate. So do we want to vote on that, or do we want to do it? Let me say this. I make a motion.
Yeah, you can make a motion.
Yeah.
Monday night.
Yeah, well, we're not voting on anything. We're doing an endorsement.
Right.
Well, why don't we do it now so it's written in the contract now? It doesn't do any good to do it Monday and then they got to write it in the contract. So I make a motion that the contract include, to the largest extent allowed by law, provisions that prevent SFLA architects and their principals from making donation and subsidies and blah, 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 making donations to marketing campaigns in support of the bond. That's number one. And number two, to the greatest extent possible, SFLA architect, SFLA plus, is it plus? SFL plus A, the company nor the principals will make any donations to Moore County School Board members or county commissioners.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Henson. We have a second by Ms. Davis. Do we have any discussion? Okay, do we have any discussion? Okay.
I'm going to say, well, I appreciate all the concerns about people from out of county spending money in county. It doesn't make sense to me to penalize people, limiting what is effectively their constitutional speech as designated by the Supreme Court, as a consequence of entering into a contract with us. That's all.
No, I need to think on this a little bit. How do you feel, Mr. Ferris? Should I ask that question?
There are some legal issues involved.
Right.
In political speech, making campaign contributions is political speech. It's First Amendment protected speech.
And there also may be some differences in making contributions to candidates for the Board of Education or Board of County Commissioners, and a marketing campaign in support of the bond.
To the greatest extent allowed by law. I actually said that on both of those out loud because I realize there are some legal issues that will have to be worked through. That's why I said to the greatest extent allowed by law. And then the attorneys work it through, and then they explain to us why there are these limitations.
Well, that's interesting.
Or we
So-
can go, or we can go through the history of this in excruciating detail next Monday, and I'll just point to Hope County, and we'll just look down there.
Well, I'll say that I concur with the sentiment. I mean, I definitely, I think it. Well, here's why I have a little bit of concerns based on what Dr. Dahl said is, I definitely don't like the look of it. I don't like that contributions. I agree with everything you say on that. The only issue I would have is if we spend a lot of money in lawyers' fees trying to put something into a contract rather than potentially just asking the company to give us their word on this project. I want to find the best cost-effective method to accomplish this goal.
So
I would say.
let me ask you this: as the chair of the finance committee, do you know how much we've spent this year on legal expenses?
I do not have that yet.
Okay.
But I'm concerned about legal expenses.
Well,
yes.
now you are, but you weren't, 5 minutes ago.
Well, we
Mr.
didn't talk about
Ferris,
that.
do you feel comfortable responding?
I do. I'm completely comfortable giving up that right. Others do it. I know, like, for example, if folks have I think it's a Series 7 license, they're prohibited from giving campaign contributions. So I think other people do give that right away. And much like the previous conversation, I am fine with that if the board is fine with it. So I'm happy to say we won't give any contributions. Mr. Hensley's motion, I think, was well said. I think it could be easily written into the contract. Not a problem. It's a couple of sentences. So I'm fine with that.
Okay, that helps.
Or if you'd rather just vote on it and it's not in the contract, that's fine too. However y'all want to do it.
Okay.
I'm good.
Mr. Hensley, are you comfortable doing this on a word and a handshake? Because I'm not comfortable voting to limit anybody's constitutional rights.
So,
Yeah, no, I'm not comfortable. Let's just discuss this Monday. I withdraw my motion. We'll just discuss this in excruciating detail on Monday.
do you feel comfortable, Mr. Ferris, adding that line to the contract?
I absolutely do. I don't think you need to vote on it.
Okay.
I think the caution that I would add is if we wait, and it's the board's decision, but if we wait until Monday to make a decision on this, that doesn't allow Alex and Rich the time to create the contract, to then get it reviewed by SFLA, and then for us to get the commissioners what they need. The deadline was January 9th. We're already going to be sending it to them on the 12th. The goal was to try to send them a preliminary look of what we discussed today, if everyone felt good about it, and tell them that this is where we were, pending final approval next Monday. But if we discuss this and then we have to have lawyers hash out the contract, we're gonna draw that out another week, which would be even more past the date. So it's totally up to the board, but I did just wanna make you aware of that.
I'm totally comfortable with a public handshake. Leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm comfortable with Mr. Ferris adding the line to the contract. So, what are the feelings of the,
Well, we have a vote. There's a motion and a
Yeah,
second by the vice chair.
do we have any other discussion?
Well, you withdrew the motion.
Okay, I remake my
Okay.
motion. Do you want me to restate it?
All right,
Well,
so.
look,
Can
we're
we
gonna
state
hash
the
this
motion
out, but
again?
We're going
All right.
to.
Okay. State the motion, Mr. Hensley, if you don't mind.
I make a motion to the greatest extent allowed by law that are. No, I can do it. I've got it. I make a motion to the, you can let me know, you can do it verbatim, to the greatest extent allowed by law, that SFLA Architect will agree that they will not, the company or its principals, will not make any contributions to a bond issue, a marketing campaign in support of the bond issue. We might as well include their stated partner too, because they are a stated partner, so that's a change. And then number two, that SFLA Architects and their principals, to the greatest extent allowed by law, will not make political contributions to Moore County School Board members or county commissioners. And both of those would be in effect, for a 4-year period or some reasonable period.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? I guess, Ms. Davis, did you want to, or not?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Johnson seconded that motion. Our board attorney wrote it down. Mr. Ferris, I want to ask you, do you still feel comfortable adding that to the contract?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And that comes back to us this coming Monday, correct, Mr. Schwartz? Thank you.
May I ask you if this is what you're proposing, and I've modified a little bit on the period of the period of the restriction. The motion is that to the greatest extent allowed by law, SFL Posay and its principals and partners in this venture, which are Withers Ravenel,
Yeah, that's okay.
okay, not
Yes,
make
ma'am.
any contributions to a marketing campaign for the bond or to any candidates for the Board of County Commissioners or Board of Education for the period of the contract. Okay.
Okay. Ready to vote? All in favor, say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Okay. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your time and your patience and your collaboration with us. Thank you, Ms. Purvis, for all the hard work and for getting this to us so we can go to our commissioners.
Thank you all.
Have a great afternoon. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Do we need a break or do we need a break or? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 4:05. All right, we're back in session. Thank you so much. And we're at item B, McDeeds Creek Playground Equipment. Dr. Locklear.
I'm going to turn it right over to Ms. Purvis. This comes to my recommendation for the board's approval. This is for using capital funds for the remainder of what's needed to address the payment for a McDeeds Creek additional playground that we discussed with the board last spring. So, Ms. Purvis?
Thank you. Before I start with McDeeds Creek, I just wanted to relay, I think the best way to move forward, if we want to try to take a look at a prototype next week, is for me to reach out tomorrow, see what days would be available and times. Once I see when we would be able to take a tour of Guilford or another prototype that's available, I can send that out with the chair's permission to the whole board, and then you can respond if you have availability. I think that with a short notice, we'll probably need to work with their time frame, and I'll see what's available with them if that works with you, and then just let you know.
Okay.
Except, aren't we gonna vote on this next Monday? What, if we're voting on this next Monday, what good does it do to look at the building after we vote on it? We
No,
should
sir. I'm gonna try to get with them
this week.
tomorrow.
Okay, good. I
I'm gonna get with them
misunderstood.
tomorrow and see what dates are available. Yeah, so I'm gonna get with them tomorrow, see what dates are available so we can get there prior to next week. But I think on this short notice that I will just have to take what they have available, date and time, and then put it out to you guys and see who can come.
Okay.
Quite frankly, I think the most important thing is for you and your principals and staff to go see it.
Yes, sir. Does that work, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ma'am. All right, so in terms of McDeeds Creek, you'll remember back in May of 2025, I brought this to you and you approved the use of remaining county funds. Those county funds were remaining funds from the McDeeds Creek build, and those funds had been frozen as a result of litigation. So when I came into this position, was advised we can't touch those funds until that litigation is solved. You know, that took quite some time. In March, right before March, that litigation was solved, everything was settled up and paid, and then we took a look at how much is remaining in those accounts. So we let McDeeds Creek administration and their school improvement know, here's how much you have remaining in that McDeeds Creek build, and they felt like they needed to add another playground with that. At the time of the build, the number of students that were going to be moving into there, one playground accommodated. However, with the growth, they're really having trouble getting all students through one playground in one day, 740 students through one. So in March of 2025, my administrative assistant submitted that project to the county finance officer as an upcoming expenditure. However, it wasn't completed until this November. There's a long lead time because those large pieces of playground equipment are not sitting on the lot ready to purchase. We have to put in the order and then they're manufactured. So although we placed that order immediately, it just was a long, lengthy lead time. Subsequently, the Board of Commissioners during this time elected to utilize all remaining funds in our county budget, which were associated with prior school construction, to reduce outstanding debt. Because there was such a long time between March and when this is due, which is December, January, we had not submitted the invoice. We couldn't because the project wasn't completed. Because that invoice wasn't submitted, they just assumed that was something we weren't following through with, and those funds were swept. We did have discussions with the county, and based on those discussions, it was determined that we would need to cover the amount of this project. We can do that out of capital funds. That is $126,473.42 that we would utilize from capital funds to cover the remainder of the McDeeds Creek playground. If you'll remember, that playground in totality was maybe $198,000, something like that, and their school covered the remainder, but this is the portion that's left that we currently have the invoice for. So that's what we'd be looking for in terms of next week.
Okay.
Questions?
So I have a procedural question. This is actually a budget execution question. What I'm used to in federal contracting, there's obligated funds, well, there's unobligated funds that you haven't, done any contractual work on. There's obligated funds, and then there's executed funds, right? Executed funds being funds you spend. So I'm used to, in the contracting world, once you sign a contract, once a contract's approved, those funds go to being obligated. And then if they're obligated, they can't be taken away.
So what was submitted via email by my office through my admin assistant was 2 line item codes that were underneath McDeed's totaling $126,473, saying we plan to utilize these 2 line item codes. However, it was relayed to us that because we had not utilized them and it had been so long, they felt like we had just decided not to utilize them.
Right, but I guess my question is there a concept of obligated funds in?
There is in our funds, what we do, and with our finance office and internally in my office, once we decide to do something, we go ahead and earmark those funds. We put them in a different spot so we know that they are obligated, planning to be spent. However, it's not spent yet. Once they're spent, they go into this. I can't tell you exactly how that happens with county finance. All I can tell you is that what has happened in the past, I had my administrative assistant go back and I said, can you please tell me how much in funds we have spent in this very same manner based on other projects where, now remember I've talked to you before about we can't move things. So if that money was designated for Northmore, remember we had leftover money there.
I understand all
Yeah,
that.
but what I'm telling you is when I went back to see, did we follow the same process we always have? We've spent $487,000 doing the same process that we spent here. The problem is that this invoice took a while to get to them, and somehow
it seems to me that, that, again, when you sign a contract, funds should be obligated, whether it's our system or their system. So and I assume their system can obligate funds. So I don't know who didn't do what, but clearly there was a communication issue because those funds should have been obligated when it was approved. And if they're assuming there is a method for them to be obligated, had they been obligated, they couldn't have been taken away because they would have been obligated. That's like a legal status of the funds.
And I can't answer
we just
that.
need to work on that. That's something the finance committee needs to look at.
Well, I guess did the commissioners reach out before taking them back and ask if any of these funds were obligated or encumbered?
Not before that sweep, no.
Okay. So it might have been a communication issue.
I think it was a communication error, and in all honesty, I think that at that period of time, their finance officer had been on a long leave, several weeks, and then came back to the need to make all this happen. So I think that it was a communication error because we've not had trouble in the past with this happening. However, now that it's gone, they've already utilized it for debt, and that's where we are.
Thank you very much, Ms. Purvis.
I will say that I have put things into place in my office so that we have an additional step in communicating with the county as we move forward, so that when we ask to utilize any funds, if that invoice doesn't come in the next month, we still send a follow-up to say, this is still on our list. We don't have the invoice yet, but we plan to pay it, so that that can just be a continual conversation.
Just say this, just to kind of close out this thought, is it's very important, whether it's an obligation or an accrual, that if we're accruing money for something and it's legit, we need to communicate, we're accruing this pot of money for this. And sorry, this is already obligated on this contract, but if you don't let people know that you have these accruals for future expenditures, or you've obligated this money against a contract that's already signed, then they don't know. You have to communicate. Your accruals and your obligations have to be clear. That's all that I'm saying.
And I understand. I just don't want you guys to think that it wasn't submitted, because it was submitted. It's just the lapse of
And I'll
time.
just note that communication is a two-way street. We can communicate with them. They also need to communicate with us, obviously, so.
Did you obligate that? Yeah, it's obligating
Right.
our system. Okay, send me something that says it's obligating your system. Okay, got it.
Right.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Hensley, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Jenny.
All right, we're at item C, amended fiscal year 2025-26 budget resolution for second quarter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Tina, Assistant Superintendent for Budget and Finance. Excuse me. This is our routine budget amendment as we work through the fiscal year, and Tina has that presentation for us as well as a current estimate of fund balance. So I'll turn it right over to Mrs. Evans. This does come with my recommendation for the board's approval. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
So this is our amended 25-26 budget resolution for the second quarter, and it does go through allotment revision 39. For state public school funds, we're at $103,026,830. This was an increase of $601,793. Our local current fund, there was no change. We are still at $41,955,151. For federal program fund, we're at $10,715,572. That's a decrease of $380,380. Our local capital fund is at $4,271,544. This was an increase of $42,368. For school nutrition fund, there was no change. We're still at $9,010,100. After school care, there's no change. We're still at $1,500,000. And our local operations is at $11,820,189. This is a decrease of $164,913. Our total amended budget is now at $182,299,386. This is a total increase of $98,868. If we can open up the revision details. Okay. So for state funds, we did have an increase of $601,792.62. This is the majority of this is from our third grade reading bonuses, our other teacher performance bonuses, our CTE credential program bonus, and the Children with Disabilities Special Reserve. Do you have are there any questions with the state portion as you look over it?
No, ma'am.
Again, local, we'll move on to the local. There was no increase or decrease for local. For federal, there was a decrease of $380,380, and that difference is made up of PRC 60. It's revision 27. We did not get that until November, so I had put on an estimated budget, and then this is the difference between that estimated budget and the actual budget. Are there any questions on the federal portion? For capital outlay, there was an increase of $42,368. That was for the LEA finance purchase of school buses that came in allotment revision 27. School nutrition, there was no increase. After school care fund, no increase. Restricted revenue, there was a decrease of $164,913.48. The majority of that came from PRC 438 for our school safety grants. And this was to adjust our 24-25 carryover. It again was our estimated amount versus the actual. The grants did move from DPI to the Center for Safer Schools, and there was a lot of miscommunication on how much was actually there. Next, we'll go, is there any other questions with the revisions? We'll go on to our fund balance estimate. So for our projected fund balance, our fund balance as of June 30th, 2025 was $4,651,054.17. We did have assigned for inventories $310,746.29, And then we had assigned fund balance for 25-26 of $1,855,132.59. This makes our total unassigned fund balance $2,485,175.29. Our balance sheet as of December the 19th, we had a net gain of $1,725,933.32. Our projected revenues through June 30th are $20,037,023.44, and our projected expenses through June 30th are $21,274,173.99, making our projected fund balance, it says loss, but there's actually a gain of $488,782.77. So when you look at our projected unused fund balance that was assigned for 25-26, and that is $2,343,915.36, and then you add to it the unassigned fund balance of $2,485,175.29, we have a projected fund balance for June 30th of $4,829,090.65. When you take away the $2 million floor, it leaves us approximately $2,829,090.65. Keep in mind two things. Number one, this is a projection, and number two, the state never has really passed any increases, so there is $1 million difference from when I did the original budget last year when we were doing our estimated, because there's no increases from the state for our salaries.
And can you remind us of what the 2% increase and 3% increase amounts were that we might be charging against this?
I did have...
Because they're still claiming they're going to do a budget, right? And school systems still may be responsible for, depending what the General Assembly says, but reimbursing teachers all the way back to the beginning of the year for those raises.
So the board approved the board approved original, when we were coming up with our original budget, was for salaries with benefits, was $830,000. Because of the mini budget, it was $220,811, so that's $600,000 there. And then we had the local supplement increase, which is tied, because that's a percentage, it is tied to that budget. That was a difference of $187,000. And then we had our other projected fixed costs, because we have not given any of that out at this point until we see the raises, was $350,000. And then we did have the total at the end of the day, the fund balance appropriation, it was originally $2,943,742, but I had to come back and we made it $1,855,133 because we didn't need it. We don't have the full state budget with the salaries. So that was a difference of $1,088,609.
And that preliminary budget was based on a 2% increase from the state, correct, Tina?
Yes.
So that difference that you just noted, if the state came back with 2% and it was retroactive to July 1, which doesn't usually happen in the passage of years because of IRS and retirement system, et cetera, but if it did, it would be that difference.
Are you saying that it has not been retroactive in the past? I thought it had.
It has, but we've never had a budget passed after the beginning of another year. Yeah. So many times budgets have been passed in October, as late as October and November, and that's retroactive to that same July 1 of that year. That's happened. But there's never been a budget passed, to my knowledge, past the next year, and then retroactive past to January 1. So if they did pass something, my gut, this is my gut from experience, it would be retroactive to January 1. And one-time bonuses aren't subject to retirement, so that's something the state would do, it has done in the past, or something like that, yeah.
So let me ask you this. I've been wondering this ever since the auditor appeared, right? Remember when the auditor was here and there was this big number in restricted funds? And I said, hey, how much of that restricted fund balance is unrestricted? And he goes, just look the line above right there. And I think, so within the restricted funds, there was like a huge, I just don't have the financials in front of me. There was a huge number. I thought it was like $15 million or some large number that our auditor said was unrestricted.
I think you're talking about Fund 8. It was in the restricted
Whatever.
revenue. This is Fund 2.
No,
everything
right,
else.
I understand that, but here's what I'm trying, ever since that meeting, I've been trying to understand if the number was large though, right? It was like $16 million. The total value of restricted funds was like 18 million, right?
It wasn't that large. I think we got about 11 million in Fund 8, and I think the unrestricted was somewhere
million,
around 7 to 8 million.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
so, okay, so yeah, I was off by 2. Okay, so divide everything I said by 2 and we're in the ballpark. So I guess my question is, ever since the auditor proudly pointed out that we had $7 or $8 million worth of unrestricted fund balance in the restricted funds, it seems weird that we sit here and wrestle our hands and wring our hands over 100,000 here, and we're myopically focused on this fund balance. When, I mean, quite frankly, I mean, I'm not saying we want to do this, but we could just take $2 million out of that unrestricted Fund 8, and we could just spend it on whatever we wanted to, right?
It's one-time money. The number is
Well,
actually.
I realize it's one time, but this is our savings too over a period of time, maybe.
In Fund 2, but it is, they're a reoccurring fund. We have reoccurring money that comes in there every year.
Right.
With Fund 8, it depends on the grant or whatever
Right, some
it
of
is.
it's recurring and some of
yes.
it's just kind of a mess because we don't
Some
have
of-
fidelity.
Yeah, some is reimbursement.
Yeah.
You know, reimbursement of like Medicare, excuse me, Medicare reimbursement that we get.
But
And
it's
that are
unrestricted fund balance.
Yes, some of it's unrestricted. We do have some recurring costs that comes out of that fund, which is why the 11 to 8 million difference. And Tina probably has the exact cost in front of her. Those are round numbers, 11 to 8 million difference. So there are some recurring costs we put into that and budget off of Fund 8. But you're correct. There are some ability for the board to make a decision to spend funds out of that. That's always been the board's prerogative. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
And just the fund balance was, in Fund 8 is $8,743,000, and there were restrictions of about $1.8 million. It left about $6.9 within there.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Yes,
Seth.
I
Oh,
do have
wait,
a question.
Dr. Dahl has one.
We discussed putting the bill for playground equipment, charging that to the capital outlay fund. Wonder if you could tell us a little bit about that fund and how it's looking, and, you know, I mean, is there money there that is not obligated, is the word we recently used, to something else? That was the fund, was it not?
Yes, and there is, Jenny has always, I'll let her speak to it, but she always has some funds in there that she has for contingency.
So in our operations budget, we plan ahead for the year, and we also set aside a large amount of funds for things that pop up, because you know we're going to have ongoing maintenance or emergencies that pop up, as well as keeping a floor in there of $1 million just in case something comes up. So yes, we have these funds, and we do have a good amount of contingency funds remaining for this year.
Brought it up. Look, the thing about McDeeds Creek, you know, we could talk about, you know, the wisdom of doing it versus that, but that doesn't matter because we already committed to doing that, and we told the people we would do it, and just because of the way things unfolded, we just don't want to renege on what we previously told people would do. That's where I'm at on that.
It's been built, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And even more relevant is like someone showing up with a bill, right?
Could we swing by there for a tour of the new playground equipment before we go see the prototype schools?
Thank you so much. We're at item D,
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
endorsement to gather public comment for the 2027-28 school calendar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, as the board is familiar with, this is our process that's driven by board policy and regulation and procedure, that we do our best to stay on a rhythm of being 2 years ahead with our school district calendars that are driven by current calendar law. We all know how we feel about the current calendar law, but the current calendar law drives the development of these calendars. Ms. Sinan has, for a number of years, worked with a team that represents different stakeholders in our district to develop a draft calendar to send out for public feedback, and that's what this is, to get the board's endorsement to send that. I'll turn it right over to Ms. Simon. This does come with my recommendation. Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Thank you. So in October of 2025, we created a committee to propose calendar options for the 27-28 school year. It's hard to believe that we're creating a calendar for 27-28. That committee includes parents from the community. It includes school administration, certified school staff, classified school staff, and district staff. We also make sure that we have staff members and parents from multiple levels. So elementary, middle, and high school are represented, as well as the 3 different areas of our district. We also have representation from Connect Academy and More Innovative High School, so that we have our other schools included in that as well. The current district draft calendar that you have in your packet, the first semester of classes will begin on August 25th, 2027. The second semester begins on January 25th, 2028, and the school year would end on June 7th, 2028. Just as a reminder of the North Carolina calendar law that districts must meet those requirements, we cannot start any earlier than the Monday closest to August 26th and end no later than the Friday closest to June 11th. They have no educational purpose waivers, so we can't do a waiver for educational reasons. The calendar has to cover at least 9 calendar months. We have to have a minimum of 185 days or 1,025 hours. Historically, Moore County Schools follows the hour guideline. This calendar that we've drafted has 1,062 hours, and that gives us 37 banked hours. So if we have a hurricane, if we have snow, if we have power outage, things like that where we have to close school, we have some banked hours already in there so that we don't have to make up that time, or so that our students don't have to make up that time. We must have at least 9 teacher workdays. 2 of those workdays have to be designated for teachers to take annual leave, so those are our optional workdays. We have to have the same or equivalent number of legal holidays as those designated by the State Personnel Commission. So we can't have school on Sunday. And Veterans Day has to be held, the holiday has to be on actual Veterans Day. In this calendar, you'll see that Veterans Day falls on a Thursday. So there is a holiday in the middle of the week, but we have to take Veterans Day as a holiday, the actual day. Just a couple other things about the calendar before I go into the survey. November 2nd is an election day, and historically that's a required work day because we do have schools that are polling sites. So we want to make sure that we only have staff there. That's typically when we hold our parent-teacher conferences as well. The other change for this calendar that we haven't seen in a few years is when we have spring break. Easter of this school year falls in late April. Which is very close to when we get to the end of the school year, when we start end of grade testing, and of course testing, things like that. So the committee looked at the calendar and thought that having spring break in March, it's right there in between the two quarters. So right in the middle of the semester, of the second semester, is when we have spring break. So it does not coincide with the Easter holiday. However, if you look at when Easter is, Easter falls on April 16th. They do have the holiday, Good Friday holiday, on the 14th, and then there's an optional work day that Monday after Easter. So our families that would travel and things like that, they would have that option to take that Monday off. Again, we follow the hour guideline historically. We have to have 1,025 hours. We have 1,062, so that gives us 37 hours that are banked. The feedback form that you'll see here is really just an open-ended survey. We want to be able to collect the data of who is completing the survey, so we know what our community members are saying, what our teachers are saying, what our parents are saying, and then we just have any suggestions for the committee. A lot of times we'll hear things like, you know, we want a full week off in Thanksgiving. We want the days to coincide with the calendar with Fort Bragg and with the military, and we really try to make sure that we collaborate that as much as we possibly can. We do have to have 215 staff days, which includes our holidays and our work days. So we take that information and then we'll take it back. One of the things that I always tell everybody is, yes, a full week off in Thanksgiving would be fantastic. But if you are putting that in there, you're giving something else up. So it's just it's kind of like a puzzle. How are we going to put those days in and where we're going to put them? So the survey I would like to send the survey out, or have the survey available January 13th through the 30th. So if the board approves this on Monday, the 12th, we would go ahead and make the survey live on January 13th. It would run through January 30th. The feedback would be gathered anonymously, and that would be shared back with you at our March 2nd work session, along with the calendar recommendation that the committee would like to adopt.
So this is a recommendation for the board to endorse getting feedback, not voting on a calendar. So just getting feedback.
Just getting the
Yep.
feedback.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Simon.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Sure.
Thank you. Looking at the calendar, what's the, I mean, these have always been on there, but, you know, why not question conventional thinking? If you scroll down to, say, October, what's up with these early releases? What's the basis for doing, I mean, is there a legal requirement to have X number of, I'm looking at like October.
October 22nd.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a legal requirement. A lot of times we have 4 early release days. 2 of them one of them falls within a holiday. They get that early release day before Christmas break, and then they also have an early release day at the very end of the school year. The one in October is so that we can do professional development in the afternoon.
So, you know, look, we're the school board, our job's education, and we should, you know, we should set the tone. Education, every instructional hour is precious. And if you look at December, right, scroll down to December, we're having an early release on a Friday, and that's like 8 days before Christmas Day. We're having an early release before we let people go for 2 weeks, and it's literally 8 days before the actual holiday. I just think that, you know, the lesson for our students should be every hour of instruction is precious, not, oh, we get half a day off.
Any other questions? All right. Thank
All
you,
right.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simon.
We are at item E, restart continued authorization.
Thank you. Yes, this is, Ms. Sinan's going to share information. As you know, we have 4 restart schools in Moore County Schools, and this is for the board's endorsement to apply to the State Board of Education for reauthorization for 3 of those. All 3 of these have seen performance improvement, and I'll let Ms. Sinan walk through that. This is required by the policy and the way the law was written, that it needs to be reauthorized every so many years. So I'll let Ms. Sinan walk through that, and this does come in my recommendation for approval.
Yep, so the Restart is a reform model for North Carolina schools that are low performing. This allows our schools that are low performing to have charter-like flexibilities. So they can do some of the things that our charter schools across the state can do as well. The flexibilities include budget flexibility, employment flexibility, calendar. As you know, we've brought the Ely's calendar and the Southern Middle calendar for the last few years where they had that calendar flexibility. Standard course of study, assessment, and class size. So we have 4 schools in our district that are designated as Restart. We have Aberdeen Elementary School, Ely's Middle School, Robbins Elementary School, and Southern Middle. During their school improvement plan presentations back in October, the principals shared what their plans were for Restart and what they used their Restart flexibilities for during that time, which you all approved. This is every 5 years we have to apply for reauthorization. So we have 3 schools currently who are up for reauthorization. That's Aberdeen Elementary, Robbins Elementary, and Southern Middle. Ely's does not have to do reauthorization until 2029-30 is the school year when they would have to do their reauthorization. Some of the steps, just to share, they have to do we do a district self-study on the implementation. That we've already completed. They have a school reflection on progress. We submit that January 31st. And then district declared intent. We have to have the board approval in order to have the reauthorization. The continued authorization review outcomes by the policy. If school is no longer continually low performing and the growth status is meet or exceeds growth, then we can continue reauthorization for Restart, and Southern Middle falls into that category. For Aberdeen and Robbins, they are both schools that have demonstrated academic gain, so they can continue their authorization in a restart model. So we would like the board's approval in order to continue operating the restart model for those 3 schools, Aberdeen, Robbins, and Southern Middle, so that they can continue to have those flexibilities.
Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I'm really confused.
Okay.
If restart configuration is so good for these schools, why isn't it good for everybody?
So the state, and Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, the state only allows us to use those restart flexibilities for schools that have been designated as low performing or continually low performing.
What does it gain them? I mean, what does it gain to the state by not just opening this up to everybody?
I can't answer that question. Can you answer that question?
That's
Nope.
the question.
Dr.
That's the
Locklear?
question.
I think you've heard me,
I just-
I agree with you 100%. I think you've heard me say in the past, if we all played by the same rules, I think that would be a level playing field. Charter schools have the ability to have flexibility no matter what their performance is.
There's not a dollar factor associated with doing it, right? I mean, other than you could probably gain in terms of dollars.
You net some dollars because you're able to convert it into whole versus having all these earmarks on the
Right,
funds.
right.
But yes, sir, correct.
We're opening this committee on the on legislative.
legislative.
That's going to be a prime issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ask you this, the impact, the actual flexibility, you hear about all this great flexibility, but at the end of the day, I mean, in relationship to how much we spend on a school, it's actually a very small percent that they have flexibility on, correct? It's not like they get flexibility on half their spending. It ends up being a fairly small amount.
Those 3 schools, we have returned $100,000 per school for them to have additional flexibility to spend on various needs, like recruitment bonuses and different things you see them spend it on. They receive calendar. They can have calendar flexibility. They can have some flexibility on hiring unlicensed personnel, and we et cetera. There's some different flexibilities that they're able to use. Correct. It's not just financial, but the financial gives them additional buying power to do some additional things, have some additional tutors, have some additional things in their school. Yep.
Okay, I'm also a little bit confused, although about something different. So these schools initially qualified for restart by virtue of being low performing.
Correct.
But if they
Continually
low performing or continually low performing, or they had to be continually low performing.
Continuing low performing, which is low performing 2 of the last 3 years.
Okay, so now the requirement to continue as restart is to show certain types of improvement. So they could be no longer continually low performing. So on the other hand, if they were continually low performing and did not show improvement, would the state say, restart is obviously a failure, we're going to yank it?
No, there's a whole other process that we would have to follow in order to, and Heather can probably speak to what that process is a whole lot better than I can, but there's a whole different process. If you are still continually low performing, there's other pieces that would have to be put into place in order to reauthorize.
But it is possible.
It is.
A diligent central office staff could presumably make it happen.
Yes. I
Okay,
would hope
thank
so.
you.
Okay, very good. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Sonnen.
Yep.
We are now at item F, out-of-state field trips.
Thank you, Ms. Stein and Dr. Capps. We have several field trips to present to the board today. Appreciate our schools getting those to us ahead of time. Several from Union Pines High School, Junior RTC, and I believe from Westmore Elementary, excuse me. So, Dr. Capps and Ms. Stein.
Yep, I will be quick. 2 of these, you actually approved them at the state level to go to the state competition, and now they've made it to the nationals. So the air rifle team at Union Pines High School has asked to go to the Navy Nationals competition to compete for a national title in Missouri. Also, the National Orienteering competition in Allucha, Florida. The orienteering team there is up for the National Orienteering Championship title. And then the Sea Perch underwater team with Union Pines High School, JRTC, is wanting to compete in the national competition there in Charleston, South Carolina. You'll see Westmore Elementary School has requested to go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for a STEM project there in March. Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Councilman Simon.
ladies. All right, we're at item G, school board meeting agenda for January 12th, 2026. And as we recall, our board meeting agenda 2330 was adjusted. So tonight, as we go through these, if we feel like, 3 board members have anything that they'd like to put on the action agenda, let's see how we can get through this tonight. So item A is design services for a new high school endorsement of SFL and A. If 3 board members raise their hand, that would put it on the action item. So 1, 2, okay, that one is action. All right, McDeeds Creek Playground Equipment. Hands for putting it as an action item. Okay, I see none, so that's consent. Item C, our amended budget resolution for second quarter. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? So that's on action. Item D, endorsement to gather public comment for the school calendar of 2027-2028. Just school calendar, we have 1. Okay, that's 2, that will, all right, we've got 3. So that is on action.
Say this, there was no discussion today about, and I didn't think about it till just now, and that's why we have work sessions, so we can think about stuff, but there was no discussion of an alternative non-conforming calendar.
Okay, so that will be on action. And we do need to increase our discussion. We need to remember that, so thank you for that reminder. Restart continued authorization. Do we have 3 board members? Okay, that one is on consent. Out-of-state field trips, do we have 3 board members? Okay, that one's on consent. Thank you very much. We are ready. Oh, okay. You lost me. Oh, yeah. It's cold. Yeah. True. Yeah. Okay. So we're at item 4, reports, information, and discussion, teaching and learning update, social emotional learning in Moore County schools, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Dr. Calcutt, Madam Chair. Appreciate Ms. Simon and Dr. Capps, who have a presentation around socio-emotional learning in Moore County schools. Mr. Benway has asked some questions about that. I know you have some particular interest in that, and appreciate that. And so Ms. Simon and Dr. Capps has put together an overview of how that's directed in Moore County schools. And I will turn it right over to Ms. Simon and Dr. Capps, and then, of course, we're happy to answer questions and discussion. Ms. Simon.
All right, thank you so much. So we're going to talk about how social emotional learning is done in Moore County schools. So really, just to kind of start off with, what is social emotional learning? And it's really about how we teach students to understand and manage their emotions. There was a few years ago, I was in a meeting with Dr. Locklear, and Dr. Locklear shared that one of the things about teaching students how to manage their emotions, he used a baseball reference. And I don't know anything about baseball other than, watching baseball because I was, my dad wanted me to play softball, and I played in the field in the back, and did not do anything. So what Dr. Locklear had said was, it's kind of like if you have a pitcher that, and I'm not going to do it justice, but if you have a pitcher that is continuing to throw balls, not throwing strikes, and they're getting really kind of in their feelings about it and getting upset about it and getting ramped up about it, how do you get that person to calm down a little bit? There's certain things that you say to them, or certain self-talk things that they can do, or they can take a lap, or they can, breathe. But it's just, how do you manage your emotions? We all get upset. We all have things that we deal with, and we all handle it differently. We want to make sure that we teach students how to handle those emotions so they're not picking up a chair and throwing it across the room, that they can do some other things. So that's really what it's about. There's 5 areas of focus when we talk about social emotional learning, and it's self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And we all want all of those things. Dr. Capps is going to go into more detail with those as we go through the slides. So why do we teach social emotional learning? It improves academic performance. If I'm taking a test and I'm getting really upset or I'm struggling with that test, if I know how to manage my own emotions, then I can hopefully calm down a little bit and do better. If I'm struggling in class, what are some things that I can do to kind of just stop? As a teacher, just stop for a minute, close your eyes, like just breathe a little bit and then go on to the next question or skip that question or, and come back to it. It increases engagement because we expect our students to be engaged in every single lesson, every single day, every minute of that class. We expect them to be engaged. It builds essential skills, and those are those life skills that we expect children to be able to learn so that when they're adults and they are in the workforce and they're in college and they're out in public and they're at Walmart and they're, talking to other people, they know how to interact with other people. It reduces negative behaviors and promotes positive interactions. When we look at, the social awareness and those relationship skills, how do I interact with other people? How do I talk to someone else? How do I talk to someone in order to get the things that I need and express what those things are that I need? It fosters resilience and then encourages responsible decision making.
All right, so what's being done in each level, elementary, middle school, and high school? We've got we've got an array of different things happening depending on the level. But monthly character education focuses, you've heard these, you've probably seen them in some of our newsletters too. It could be as simple as respect. Career exploration. My own middle schoolers are just in love with this, and they started it. We bumped it down last year to 4th and 5th grade, where they're actually able to do a different survey to figure out, do they want to be a vet? Do they want to be, I think my child ended up being a farmer, but then it associated with the engineering process. And so all of that, the reason why I love this is that I just heard NC State throughout all of it. So we're doing constant career exploration.
Yep.
Yes, that's actually
part
who
of it.
pushed it down to the elementary school level, so we can start planting those seeds of, if this is what you want to do, so my 4th grader came home and said, Mom, I'm linked up to farming and the vet school, and they told me that I could go ahead and start taking pre-med classes at Sand Hills Community College. So imagine a 4th or 5th grader coming home with that. It's a breath of fresh air. So she's already setting goals, which then is linked to another piece of SEL. The next one's my favorite, develop the soft skills. We hit this hard at McDeeds of just saying hello and greeting someone that's walking down the hall. The power of a handshake. God, can you tell I miss McDeeds? What is happening?
No, you don't.
No.
You love me and being here.
Yes, but developing those soft skills of, sometimes we call those the old school ways, but teamwork, the value of communicating, being positive and uplifting, but also having those critical thinking skills and know that it's okay to fail. And if you fail, go back to the drawing board. What didn't work? What will work next time? And let's try again. And then obviously this was one of my favorites, academic and personal goal setting. We do this across the county, which builds into the next little component with self-efficacy. Imagine saying that with kindergartners. We teach that with a lot of our kindergartners and 1st graders. Self-efficacy, we have them say this, and the power of believing in yourself, setting those goals. It's directly related to Hattie's research on effect size. And we know research says anything over that 0.4 effect size, you're going to get powerful student achievement scores with that if you can build that in your program. So building those that self-efficacy. I'm not going to insult your intelligence. I know you can read the different quotes there, but the power of, I can do this, this is where I'm headed, this is what I want to be, and this is how I get there. And it could be something as simple as what my own 2nd grader is learning is being able to have confidence in speaking, public speaking in his 2nd grade classroom. So, outcomes, what do we hope to see with this? Ms. Sinan mentioned, being aware of our emotions, being able to identify that. I'm scared right now. I don't like public speaking, or I don't like being up in front of everyone, or this person really hurt my feelings and I'm mad. which, you know, in middle school, we have to talk about that too, middle school and high school. But all of that, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, those relationship skills, the power of having positive relationships and feeding into those, dealing with conflict. We always will talk in our leadership meetings of powerful teams, effective teams, prepare for conflict, because that means you're an effective team. If you're preparing for conflict, you know how to handle it when you get there, because that's critical thinking skills. And then responsible decision-making, again, that goes back to self-efficacy, building that pathway, your goals, and then making sure you're following suit. And so here's just some little snippets of examples that are in all of our schools, different formats here, but one of my favorite, and Mr. Johnson, this one, the engineering design process started this, a while back. A while back, and I remember being frustrated myself as a principal going through the engineering process. They would tempt us to build something, and it would not function, it would break, and I would want to get things right, or my team, and we'd have to coach each other up. Kids are doing this K-12, and which has turned into our robotics, I mean, you name it, all kinds of different things because of the engineering design process. The whole purpose of that with SEL is to fail, and fail royally. And then how do you respond to that? How do you correct your route and make it better? Next, you'll see just, you know, I mentioned the character education trait, monthly character education focuses. There's an example, I mentioned respect, there's the integrity example. This goes home to parents, it's in weekly updates, middle school and high school as well. And then, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the first one is define the problem. I just wanted to make that point clear. Thank you very much. Good, great.
Absolutely.
Going great guns.
The other two examples, so we have zones of regulation, and this starts, we even have this in pre-K, where, you know, how are you feeling? And it might be you have to point to that picture, and learning how to communicate what's going on inside and those big emotions, being able to communicate what's going on inside, so then we can work with that and we can coach that up. And solar, this is another one of my favorite. This is something simple, but we even did this back when I was a high school teacher, and we have this in K-12, just as simple as how do you talk and how do you communicate. And so the solar activity, it just simply says square up, open posture. My favorite one, we would always say lean in so I can see you, not smell me, because the proximity is another piece, but it's all coaching. It's social emotional learning piece, eye contact, and then that respond respectfully goes into the curriculum piece of questioning and open-ending questioning. So you're not only being an active listener, but you're engaging in that conversation. And what does that look like? Long story short, all of this is building where we're trying to head children into the workforce and having those life skills to be able to communicate.
How much of this approach is home built in-house?
That's a really good question.
That's important.
It is important. I mean, it is shared out. We've had situations where we've had had parents say,
I think what he's asking is, are these programs Moore County derived?
oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like within the.
Well, we can talk to that too.
Yeah.
But did you create this stuff here? Is this your approach to SEL in-house?
No, but I will tell you, so these are some of the foundational pieces. This is kind of where we start. But I'll tell you, even like the goal-setting piece, we read the research on that as a K-5 leadership team. And we started playing around with that about 5 years ago when COVID hit. And we started building our own artifacts, so to say. You'll see that with our M-class tracking in K-5. My own child, there's a picture of her in one of our little artifacts where she grew 14 levels in 1 year, but it was because that's where she set her goal. And I was praying every single night because I thought, bless her heart, she's not going to get that. But that's what we created, and we're sharing that out. So obviously we're adding to the collection of resources that we have.
Great, good, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. That's very impressive. Thank
that
you
it?
so much. And I want to open it up to board members for comments or questions.
I thought there was follow-on.
Yeah, no, that's okay. You're good.
Yeah, one,
Oh, yeah, go ahead, sir.
how do we assess how well we're doing?
I think we,
What's the measure of success?
it's multiple pieces of data. We're looking at behavior data. We're looking at the academic data. You know, are they, like Dr. Capps had said, are they setting their goals and are they meeting their goals? And if they're not, what are we doing about it? So really, it's the data that we have that we've already collected. Plus, we look at when we come into our behavioral threat assessment data, things like that. Are we seeing a difference with that?
How is this reported to parents, if at all?
You mean the specific activities that are being done, or
Right,
the
this is
data, or?
Parent
This is pretty important
conferences.
stuff. And are we reporting like deportment, or, you know, under what category would you report this sort of progress, if you will, to parents?
I will tell you, where we're putting this right now is strengthening our Tier 1 in behavior. Tier 1 means what does it look like in Moore County schools in all classrooms, K-12? And is every school aligning to that? What does that look like? Something we're also doing too is when we look at our educator handbook data, just as we did together in this room a month or two ago, we're looking at who are the kids that are meeting the expectation. And if it's 80% or higher, what we're doing is working. So we don't stop what we're doing. We add to it and strengthen it. And that's what we're seeing. I'm doing an activity tomorrow with principals to look at their data from BOY until beginning of the year until tomorrow to see if we're at that 80% mark. I can't wait to see many of them because I think almost 100% of us are over 80%. Some of them are at 99%. So that's, I think, the data point that we're going to have moving forward. We've just not looked at discipline data like that before in the past. So hopefully empowering principals to have that number and be able to fire that off. It says that what we're doing in core, this, is working.
I'll also add as a parent, just having been through a lot of these parent-teacher conferences where it's very student-led and student-driven, that's been really powerful for me as a parent to see it, because the kids coming up with their own goals and then measuring their own goals and keeping themselves accountable to their own goals is exactly how you want them to develop as a person. And them being able to communicate that was another big piece for me, because, you know, when my daughters can come up to me and tell me how they're doing on these items, not just that they're doing it, but also describe to me how they're doing and express that to me, that was a huge plus for me, and knowing that it was happening. You know, it's not on a report card necessarily, but once you dive into those documents and the things that they're producing, I got a good picture of it. And I won't go in my soapbox here, but I'm very much, I love all the durable skills. It's part of our strategic plan. I believe you can't do content without these skills. I think the skills are inherent to good career exploration, and when we deliver graduates, that they need to have these skills when they graduate. So thank you for all the work.
Yeah, this approaches the level of a virtuous campus almost notion, or can. Has great impact, I would suspect, on all facets of the teaching and learning process. So I have real mixed feelings about SEL, because I've got some folks in Guilford County, Wake County, and one in Florida who have a totally different experience with SEL. So it can be a two-edged sword. And I would like to read something that sort of approaches that two-edged sword aspect, and just hopefully we keep an eye on this thing, promote it, nurture it, to do what we want it to do. And I would just love to see some measures of success associated with this individually, you know, on a student-by-student basis. Anyway, may I go ahead and read this?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
I'm sorry, did I
He's about
preempt
finished.
someone?
He's going to read.
And then it'll be your turn, if that's okay, Dr. Dahl.
No, if you got something to,
Well, I don't know what you want to read. I wanted to
Okay.
contribute to the discussion. I've been sitting here
Hey.
trying to speak, and you guys keep.
yeah, we had a two-way conversation, huh? let me caveat this with that I think you're doing a great job. Most of this does not apply to us, but we've got to keep an eye on this whole process. There's no other place, I don't think, in the system that focuses on kids' emotions for 13 solid years. That has some great continuity aspects, et cetera, but with the wrong approach, it becomes a psyop. And that's pretty serious stuff. Let me unload this here. Social emotional learning legislation. I have been uncomfortable with the social emotional learning SEL since its inception. Mandated and funded by the NC General Assembly in 2021, the social emotional learning concept in our public schools and the effects of its 13-year journey have remained elusive. The American Virtuous Campus. For nearly two centuries, public education subscribed to the Western civilization's chief virtues of prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance to set the standard for the campus environment, as well as for individual conduct. None of that worked perfectly, but enough rubbed off such that we didn't have boys stabbing girls in the school parking lot. Our high schoolers were not shot during drug deals. Under those virtues, we did not host a transgender war, nor were kids recruited into the likes of Hamas, Antifa, the Young Communists, and the Marxist BLM. Americans consciously aimed for virtuous campuses that serve the child, the county, and the republic well. As the secular state seized greater control over local education, the virtuous campus was abandoned, leaving a vacuum to be filled by whatever ideological fads the state apparatus allowed. Under cover of COVID-19, the same state that induced the year-long break in teaching, learning, and growth during the COVID-19 affair introduced legislation called social emotional learning, but not as an opportunity to restore civilization's most important qualities to the campus. Rather, the state saw the chance to install a funded pseudo-psychological shell mechanism that this board and parents neither monitor nor judge. There was little public debate in the General Assembly regarding the intent, scope, or standards associated with this new 13-year classroom exercise in reason control. There was and is no mechanism for informing parents of the state of improved reasoning achieved by the student. Prizes for compliance. While I am not a psychologist, I am well versed in psychological operations. Joseph Goebbels would applaud the possibilities of a 13-year-old state-directed manipulation of childhood emotions. Rather than living the cardinal virtues of prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance, SEL buys the situational cooperation of children by offering a variety of prizes, both physical and social, in exchange for compliance. Every situation seems compromisable in pursuit of compliance. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World is revisited. Collective social efficiency, rather than lived virtue, achieves the state's intent. The notion of doing what is right for right's sake, in the absence of such inducements, appears to not be part of the program. Quote, what is in it for me, unquote, is the natural learned response that will carry consistently over the course of 13 school years into an already narcissistic and self-absorbed world. Who is Castle.org? We are judged by the company we keep. The proponent of SEL is a Chicago-based organization called the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, CASEL, or Castle.org is the website. CASEL is supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, donating $10 million to the project, along with large donations from Novo, an affiliate of the Tides Foundation. These are not champions of the American Republic or Western civilization. Castle's concurrence with these donors' worldview is a given. In just a few years, Castle has transformed from an almost mom-and-pop level web presence to a slick marketing facade, boasting an array of self-described experts, foreign and domestic, who will guide our SEL efforts into the future. Here in Moore County, in no way am I inferring that our Moore County schools are employing SEL in any malicious way. SEL has been on my list of topics in my visits with principals, and for the moment, I am satisfied in that regard. I think it works. You guys are doing a great job with this, but we really have to be cautious. I think the board must look deeply into the social emotional learning, its objectives, its methods, and its effects, which will play out over 13 years of our children's lives. Any program that aims to shape our children's emotions day to day for 13 straight years demands a much better understanding than we have today. It also begs the question as to how a comprehensive 13-year CASEL.org vision for our children's emotions squares with this board's 2-year strategic vision for those same children. I am requesting this board be provided with all of the originating legislation, directives on implementation by DPEI, teacher orientation materials, the data and results of legislatively directed tests of the concept. I believe they had a test bed back in 21, is that correct?
Yeah, we don't have a test that we give students at this point.
Oh, you don't
for
get
their
the results?
emotion.
We didn't get the results of that? Interesting, okay.
Is that whenever, like measuring your grit and stuff like that, right? I think I believe I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
They initiated, well, the legislature mandated it. They said, do a test bed, give us the results, and I guess they finally put it into law. And I'm just wondering what the results of that test bed really were, what convinced them that this is a good thing.
Yes, sir. No, I'm not aware of what exactly you're talking about, but we certainly can see if we can figure it out. Yep.
I'm requesting, okay, the teacher orientation materials, the data and results of the legislatively directed test of the concept, any official correspondence with CASEL. Do we subscribe to anything from CASEL? No. Okay. And any digital links to CASEL online resources. Do you use those? Use their website?
I wrote it down and misspelled it.
Yeah.
Miss Sinan had to fix it for me. I'm gonna go do some research.
Mhm.
No,
Yeah, it's CASEL, yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
No, not to my knowledge. This
Anyway,
is the
yeah,
first.
thank you for the time, but I think this is a really important facet of what we're doing here. Has great potential, and I want to see that come to fruition, really become something. Looks like you're already doing that.
Mhm.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Finley.
I'm providing
Oh,
a copy
good.
of that to everybody, by
Thank
the way.
you. All right, Dr. Dahl, your turn.
I have two things I want to say now. I've been waiting. So one, my understanding, I mean, great job with the improved discipline data. I mean, that's fantastic. But, you know, don't we have to admit that more things go into student discipline than just this?
Of course.
So, SEL, like the soft skills, like collaborative techniques, skills, which I try to teach in my classroom, are, you know, frustratingly hard to measure objectively. Don't we all have to admit that?
Sure.
But I want to connect it to something that I've kind of been wanting to say to Mr. Benway for a while about SEL. And that is that when we had those ROTC programs come in here and we met those kids, I sat here and I thought, what a phenomenal example of great social and emotional learning. And if we go back to slide 2, the 5 areas of focus, those kids had it. They had the self-awareness that enabled them to, you know, focus on what they needed and not put their stuff on others. They had the self-management to actually accomplish things individually and hold up their end when they were participating in group responsibilities. They had the social awareness to cooperate and collaborate with their fellows they had the relationship skills, you know, to go with that and to promote themselves and to go out and present themselves, not to mention the way they presented themselves here. And they just exuded responsible decision making, you know. So I sat here and I in context of something very, very, very different, either a judge or a legislator said, I know it when I see it, you know, and that's what it looks like when you see it, is those ROTC kids.
Freshmen, it'd have been a totally different thing. I mean, and there are measures of progress over the course of 4 years. So their capabilities and their performance is measured, you know, and there's a grade associated with each of those years.
Well,
So
you
I'm
can
just
see
saying
it.
that might be.
You can see the differences, but breaking it down into pieces that you can assess, you know, on some kind of objective scale is difficult. And as far as I know, nobody has really done that
The
yet.
leadership traits.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I was going to say a lot of it is observational. A lot of it is, you know, like you said, Mr. Benway, about the ROTC kids. What you see from them as an example in 9th grade looks different than when they're juniors and seniors. I think it's like that, and not just ROTC, but a lot of our Key Club, you know, our HOSA groups, our other CTE groups, where students have those leadership skills, but they also have to learn how to collaborate with other people, which our ROTC kids do. I mean, we've got 3 that are going to national competitions. That doesn't just happen. Those things are taught. They have to have those things. And our teachers and our club advisors work really hard to make sure that they have those things, because those are those skills they need in order to be successful.
To become a good leader, you've got to be a good follower to begin with. So it all builds on
Yes.
itself, and it's measurable. And these kids are given a grade each year, basically, on their progress. They're evaluated.
Would kind of like to see the evaluation instrument. I mean, is there one for? And what about our leadership classes that we heard about a few months ago? Those are underway. Are these focusing on some of the same things?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure we have specific leadership classes.
What leadership?
No, there was going to be some kind of leadership classes that we were going to implement, and I spoke to you about it. I think you said Rob Hill was going to teach one of them. Did I dream this?
It might be the fact that I'm in my 50s, but I'm not recalling that. But we may have talked about how leadership is developed. I'm not sure. I mean, we certainly could have had those conversations. But
program for kids. Either of you connecting with what I'm saying?
I'm not sure.
Am I having dream school board meetings?
Maybe you are.
You're sleeping and dreaming it.
But to your point, Rob Hill, our coaches, our extracurricular sponsors, our teachers in the classroom, to Mr. Johnson's point, everyone's point, and I hope I'm not stepping ahead if someone's making comments, but these are the skills, the attributes, and the expectations we should bring into our classrooms with our students. We should bring into the football field with our kids. We should bring onto RTC this mindset, these skill sets, and developing these over time so they're great young adults when they leave us, and they have options and have choices. And so that's really the biggest bang for the buck we're trying to get out of these students and put into these students in collaboration with their parents at home. So.
And I want to say something else in connection with what Mr. Benway read. I forget what his words were, but what I would call extrinsic rewards, getting kids to work for extrinsic rewards. When we talk about these extracurriculars, the team sports, band, ROTC, we are developing the intrinsic rewards. We are teaching kids the value of learning these skills, you know, because it is enjoyable to put them into effect. You know, anybody who has been part of a team at any level where you've got yourself under control so that you are responding to the people on your team and you're all working together and doing something that is more than the sum of its parts has enjoyed that intrinsic reward. And I think, that is one of the values of the rich extracurricular programs that we have, that we can draw kids into environments of their choosing where they get these intrinsic rewards for learning these skills, or in other words, leadership. A little bit passionate about this, sorry.
Thank you for asking for this, Mr. Benway. It was very beneficial.
For sure.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Really appreciate the presentation, Dr. Capps, Ms. Sinem. Thank you so much. And we're at our last of our reports and information and discussion board committee reports and updates. And I just want to begin by saying I hope everyone's happy with their committees, and thank you for being a part of this valuable work on the outside of our board meetings, and it's very important, and I just appreciate your time and attention to that. We had two committees, Temporary Safety Committee. We reported back in December about our work from November, but just to give you a kind of an preview, our agenda has not been finalized yet, but based on our meeting, our work will continue on January 16th, and we're looking for these action topics possibly to look at funding for hiring off-duty officers to supplement our school police force. We need to draft a memorandum of understanding and collaboration with the Sheriff's Department to support that effort. We hope to learn the details of that, what we heard through the grapevine. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but the removal of the one-year probationary requirement. So we're looking for that detail. Just as a reminder, from November, we did revise our policy committee revised the separation allowance, which reduced the 10-year period to 8 years and increased the allowance from 50% to 100%. We do have an intentional recruitment effort for new school officers, looking at Ms. Sinem about that. And we also requested our board attorney to pursue that legislative resolution to address that barrier of the one-year probationary. So that's kind of, we're not quite sure about that point yet, but we've heard through the grapevine that it is going to be removed. We just want confirmation on that, but that's all I had to report from our safety committee. We meet January 16th. Oh, thank you, Cindy. Yes. Thank you. Okay. And then we have a budget committee coming up on January 22nd at 8:30. Do we have any other committees that need to share tonight? Okay.
I didn't have anything to share
Okay.
yet. We'll be working on that, and I'll be sending some things out to the committee now that we've got the finalized committee assignments. But I did want to ask, we talked about the high school and the bonds a lot today.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask, are we going to build, how do we discuss the bond campaign? Where does that belong? Like, where does it belong in an advocacy committee? Does that belong in a budget
That's
committee?
a good question.
How does that
Great
start?
question. State law prohibits you for advocating for the bond in your positions at the board.
Thank you for letting me know
It
that.
allows you. It doesn't mean
I
you can't
greatly appreciate
you
that.
You can't volunteer in your personal capacity to make phone calls. If there's a political action committee that's formed to support the bond, doesn't mean you can't volunteer at the polls and do things. But in your capacity as a board member, you can't advocate at this table. For example, you can educate. In your role as a board member, and I'm sure Mr. Schwartz will be glad to train the board on that, on what you can do by law and what you can't. And in fact, you'd want to educate, and it's an obligation to educate. And I think you'll hear the same from the county commissioners and from Mr. Vest, that if this bond moves forward, they'll publicize stuff on their website about the impact that would have on property tax, et cetera, and what it's designed to do and what the questions are. All of that is part of that education process and what it provides. So education of what it can provide is allowed. Advocating in your elected capacity is not allowed. That's the layman's non-attorney version, but you'd want to work with Mr. Schwartz to get the details.
Well, yeah, could we have that at a future work session to make sure that we're following the rules and the guidelines and what we can and can't do? I think that would be
Certainly, I'm sure
helpful.
myself or later on Ms. Purvis would be glad to work to provide something later on. It's probably more timely maybe as they're finalizing what's going to be on the bond in the April-May timeline. I believe is when they're looking at that.
Great.
That was a
Great.
great question.
Yeah,
I have one
thank
that's semi-related.
Yes, ma'am.
So the superintendent search is an opportunity to do some effective community outreach. And notice that during the presentation today, the BWP and Associates representatives talked about information that we can put on a page that is linked from our either the school district or the board webpage, and then publicizing that. And you know, in the past, I feel like we have faced some criticism and some people who have felt that we did not publicize things thoroughly enough or effectively enough. So can I ask that we look at making sure that page happens and making sure that it's kept updated, but also considering our channels to let people know that it's there and to publicize it and point people to it. Because I know that the previous superintendent search, our colleague who's no longer here talked about, you know, how they kept everything confidential that needed to be, and that was great. But it was, you know, I was completely unaware of what was going on, and I think that the public would love to see signs that we're making progress. Obviously, all the stuff that is legitimate to publicize, but
So you're-
evidence of progress.
So are you thinking like a calendar and then kind of updates of the process, or just total information about Moore County Schools and our superintendent? Clarify what you're exactly talking about on the webpage, because we will have Mr. Kastner and Ms. Parker and Mr. Batchelor and I met today to begin the process of this webpage and the work of that. Cindy,
Oh,
you wanna say
fantastic.
anything about it?
Charlie and I actually have a meeting tomorrow to actually start that process. We were given some templates today. We do have the documents that we used last time for the superintendent search. So Charlie and I have a meeting tomorrow for an hour. We'll put together a list of things based upon our meeting today with Chair Calcutt. We'll then send it back to her, make sure that she heard what we heard, and then put together a brief timeline of what that will look like, as well as some other documents that the board will need to give some input on.
And then
And
we'll
we
bring
want to
that to
start
the
on that
board.
today. We plan on starting on that tomorrow.
So,
Fantastic.
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic.
Doing it.
You know, I also imagine, you know, just some updates, like blog post like updates,
Okay,
you know,
like
that
updates.
that BWP and Associates have collected, you know, 55 applications that they are now processing for us, you know, just so that there's awareness that things are happening.
So we did talk about that today. Do you mind me continuing?
Please
Okay.
do.
We did talk about that today. We did talk about different presentations that they'll come back and give as soon as the
Yes.
deadline closes, for
Yes.
example, for the applications. Let's say it's April 1st. Again, you guys will have that final input of what that date is, but let's say it is April 1st. On April 2nd, they're prepared to already give you some information. And then they'll put together and compile a report. You guys will look for a leadership profile. You'll finalize that document based upon their community stakeholders and community engagement. And so what I'm trying to do, based upon our meeting today, is put that document together, have Dr. Calcutt confirm that it is in fact what we heard today, and then to be able to share with you what that was going to look like without specific dates. The reason why I asked for calendar dates is that I want to try to plug in based upon a very temporary timeline of how that will all look.
That's
in
great.
conjunction with moving the district work forward in all of your other committees.
Okay, well, I had no idea that I was asking you to do something that was already
No, that's
already
okay.
in the works. You know, they had mentioned a web page, and I just wanted to make sure that we took full advantage of, you know, of the opportunity to let the public know what's going on.
Yep, we had a web page before. Charlie pulled that up today. We looked at it. He's just going to update it, and as we're given information, we'll continue to populate that and send information out to parents.
And what's appropriate will be available to the public. But I hear what you're saying about the update part.
The update part, and then also using different channels to, you know, because some people are on social media, some people check their email, some people read things that their kids bring home from school. But probably nobody does all of the above.
Well, I feel like we've already moved into board comments, so let's just keep going. Do we have any other board comments? Okay, hearing none, we are now at adjournment, so I appreciate everybody today. Thank you for your time, your dedication, your attention. It's January 2026, so we've got a lot to look forward to. So with that, do we have a motion to adjourn? Okay, we have a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.